Doesn't get too much better than a summer Sunday on the East Coast. It's the city of brotherly love, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, as Merit TV presents TCL Team Boxing League. It is our Sunday doubleheader, and first up, the Philadelphia Smoke take on the NYC Attitude. Good afternoon, everybody. Glad to have you along with us. Along with Dave Bontempo, I'm Justin Shackle. A Sunday double dip here in TCL Team Boxing League. And it's the defending champs, Season 2 champs, Philadelphia Smoke, taking on the Season 1 champs, New York City. But Dave, for Philadelphia, first time all year that they are facing adversity. We're anxious to see how they bounce back from their first defeat in over a calendar year.
This is the revenge motif. Each team has it, but for a different reason. Now, for Philadelphia, having been beaten by Las Vegas last week in a battle of the Titans, well, right now they're the second team. They don't want to slip into that next tier of all the other teams. So they've got a couple matches left. They want to reestablish the fact that they're an elite team. On the other side of it, New York City, well, you know what? They lost to Philadelphia earlier this year. They became 0-2, then they turned it around. This is a team that has a couple weeks to go to get to some nice playoff position, plus the revenge motif of trying to beat Philadelphia after Philadelphia beat New York earlier this year. Two teams, they want revenge for different reasons.
Yeah, that initial meeting came on April 13th. New York City actually began 0-3, though a win here would position themselves nicely for a late and final playoff seed as we take a look at what happened last time. The Attitude were in action June 14th. They did fall to Boston 219-214, so it just made the path a little bit rougher toward obtaining one of those final playoff seeds. But again, a win would go a long way in securing a playoff berth. It's about some of their consistent fighters, because this is an NYC team with talent remaining consistent. When you talk about talent, Stasia Settles has been a revelation at 140 pounds.
She's been a freight train ever since losing to our colleague Amelia Moore back in the first week of the season. She's undefeated, and I think that she is the freight train and maybe the hottest fighter right now in the league. Very formidable, tough to beat, and that's somebody that New York is counting on.
Yeah, right now, New York on the outside looking in with the playoff picture. As for Philadelphia, like we talked about, tasted their first defeat in over a year, 2-11-202 loss to Las Vegas in a battle of unbeatens. A lot didn't bounce their way. So we talk about adversity for Philadelphia, but they came up on the short end of some split decisions. They also lost a star in Rashidi Ellis. But when we talk about emerging talents, young Francisco Rodriguez is continuing to emerge as a team leader for Philadelphia.
Yeah, the sleeper. This is a guy that didn't start in the top spot with them. From Atlantic City, works in the casino industry. We've seen him emerge level by level. Each time they put him into a situation where he has to grow a little bit, he does grow. And he has become one of the silent stars of this Philadelphia team. In the shadows a lot earlier, Justin, because of the star talent they had. But now there's a chance for him to come into the top spot.
Francisco Rodriguez, 21 years of age. He's won 6 of his last 7. And we're going to see him early on in the launch rounds in round number 3 against Ryan Zempoaltecatl. As we take a look at the latest TCL standings, you have New York City at 2-4, trying to make a push here for a late playoff berth, and then Philadelphia at 5-1. A win here essentially secures the 2 seed for the TCL postseason, though they have another matchup coming up in a couple of weeks. As we take a look at the lunch round fight card, leading it off will be Philly's impressive young bantamweight Shirame Patricio against Angel Reese Mendez. Also, like we mentioned, Francisco Rodriguez, Ryan Zempoaltecatl in round number 3. So a lot of juicy matchups right there. Which one do you have your eye on, Dave?
Well, the one you just talked about, and we saw highlights from with Rodriguez and Zempoaltecatl. That's a great matchup because you've got the one fighter from New York who has been a stalwart, and you've got the emerging star for Philadelphia fighting higher up in the lineup, a lot more being asked of him. So I've got my eyes on that one as a real star one.
You got 2 fighters right there in their early 20s, both catching some fire in the late part of the season, so they are both on some hot streaks. All right, let's go out to Newtown Athletic Center. Third member of our broadcast crew, it's Amelia Moore. And before we go any further, Amelia, great point to maybe touch on what happened with Philadelphia right out of the gate last week against Las Vegas. Rashidi Ellis, who has looked like a star for the defending champs, suffered a bad cut against Jamie Hit Mitchell, courtesy of a head clash. Obviously couldn't continue the rest of the night. What is her status today and the rest of this 2025 season?
Yeah, Rashidi was looking at about 10 stitches that came out of that head clash. Collisions happen, they really do stink. But they did the stitches, everything's healing up. From what I understand, they decided to go ahead and do some PRP, great, which is platelet-rich plasma. It's a great idea to be able to really speed up recovery and make sure that strength and that the cut, the laceration is going to be as strong as possible. So she's healing up. She's such a wild, I mean, I was her Olympic alternate. I've known Rashidi forever. She's such a wild child. She was like, I want to be back in. It's healed. We're good enough. But coach was like, no, we got to keep you out for just a little bit longer. Let's make sure the healing integrity is as strong as possible because longevity, friends, right? So, yeah, she's healing up great. It really stinks for them to be able to miss, you know, not having that powerhouse. She's so fantastic. So, but well, healing up and doing her thing right now, just hanging tight.
Do you think it's a situation where, I mean, Philadelphia has one more regular season bout coming up the weekend of July 11th, then we have the postseason. Do you think we could be seeing Rashidi next once the playoffs begin?
I would absolutely say 100% probably yes. I mean, we know that Philly is going to end up is going to go in there. They're in it to win it just as much as Vegas is. Let's be strategic. Like, there's no point. Hold her off maybe one more fight. If not, I believe he said she was going to be back the 27th, if I'm not mistaken, towards the end of July. So hold her off. Use your athletes, your really big strengths where they're the, you know, you can use them and make sure that they're not, it's not wasted talent, you know, make it sure you have them where it counts. So that's what coach said. Got to talk to him in the back in the warm-up area, and yeah, you know, just I definitely believe that she's going to be back in towards the once we get into the finals and into the end of this tournament.
Amelia, how hungry is this New York team, and what does it mean for them? I mean, a couple of one-point losses, a loss to Philadelphia earlier in the year, but they can make a nice leapfrog in these last two situations. What about the hunger for this New York team?
Yeah, they look ready. I saw them in the back. Everyone's, it's like the calm before the storm. Not a nervous quietness, just a very focused quietness in the back. Everyone's warming up. They looked great. So we'll see what happens. I know this is one of those moments where it's like you start getting to the end of the regular season. It's like you really have to make these fights count. You got to really make the differential as big as possible, making that spread, and just look as great as you can. So this is winning again, making a win against Philly is, I feel like, is key, and is really going to make a statement for them moving into the playoffs. And obviously is going to keep it clean so that they can get into those playoffs also.
All right, Amelia, thank you so much for that. We look forward to talking to you once the launch rounds get underway. Many ways, this is a playoff scenario and playoff mode for New York City coming up against Philadelphia this afternoon. One break, and then when we return, ring walks for both the Attitude and the Smoke as we get going in Philadelphia. Launch rounds are next, right after the break. Balance of Nature is a proud partner of TCL Team Boxing League, and as a preferred customer, get 35% off your first set when you use code FIGHT. Go to balanceofnature.com or call today. Rocky Balboa, the statue shining brightly on this Sunday afternoon. Let's go inside Newtown Athletic Center as we get the action started. Here is Ray Flores.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Newtown Athletic Center for Team Combat League. We want to thank the Executive Director, Ed Kunkel, and the Pennsylvania Athletic Commission for hosting tonight's event. Also, a big thank you goes out to our fine sponsors. Climax Moonshine Fire number 32, known to bring the heat. Also, Balance of Nature, proud health supplement partner of TCL. Serenity Springs Recovery Center, a place of recovery and self-discovery. Along with Event Ticket Center, don't just watch it, experience it live with Events Ticket Center. Tickets to the best seats in the house to all of your favorite events, and Dr. Phil's Merit TV. And now, ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome the NYC Attitude. To bring the heat. Also, Balance of Nature, proud health supplement partner of TCL. Serenity Springs Recovery Center, a place of recovery and self-discovery. Along with Event Ticket Center, don't just watch it, experience it live with Events Ticket Center. Tickets to the best seats in the house to all of your favorite events, and Dr. Phil's Merit TV. And now, ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome the NYC Attitude.
New York City Attitude coming off a 5-point defeat to Boston 2 weeks ago. Backs are against the wall. They need a win here in order to have a shot at one of the final playoff berths. And we talked about headbutts, Dave. No Rashidi Ellis for Philadelphia. New York City's also going to be without one of their standout women, Christina Cruz. Suffered a cup from that headbutt that she had against Boston's Taylor Robertson a couple of weeks ago. She's out of action today.
That's a tough break for New York, too, because she was one of the leaders of the team, too, one of their top performers. Broken nose coming out of that, and that's another situation we'll be watching should New York make it to the playoffs about her availability.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, the coaches of the NYC Attitude, Ryan O'Leary and Benny Roman. Multi-time national champion featherweight, Angelis Lopez Menendez. Featherweight, Ariel Perez de la Torre. Multi-time national champion lightweight, Ryan Purdy Boy Zempoaltecatl. Welterweight, Darius the Hawk Jackson. Super welterweight, Lasha Gargliani. Middleweight, Giovanni Estella. Super middleweight, Philip Stankovic. Heavyweight, Igor Plevako. Featherweight, Fatima Dudieva. Lightweight, Sherbek Rakhmutualov. multi-time national champion, Team USA member, and Olympic trialist. Super lightweight, Stasia, the natural Saddles. Welterweight, Elijah Williams. Light heavyweight, Isaac Sanctis Spiritus Carbonell. Cruiserweight is Talia Tessie Eves. And the heavyweight of the NYC Attitude is none other than Bryce Taylor. And now, ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome the defending TCL champion, Bob Kane's Philadelphia Smoke.
It is good if you've had a defeat to get a shot 1 week later to redeem yourself. You don't want to sit on it too long.
Been a busy stretch for these Philadelphia Smoke. 4th straight week in action. You get a much-needed break next weekend due to the 4th of July holiday. Then their season finale on July 12th. So they'll be active going into the postseason.
A lot of momentum. A lot of fighters can get down what they want to do later. You can juggle the lineup a little bit, try to keep some fighters for the playoffs. There's a lot of coaching decisions that can be made.
How will they respond to the loss? And did it come at an opportune time? Get it out of your system now before the playoffs begin as they try and go for back-to-back titles.
Yeah, you never want to lose, but you know you can do it and get some momentum heading into the postseason. Little comeuppance is not bad at some points of the year.
Ladies and gentlemen, the head coach of the defending champion Philadelphia Smoke is Bob Kane. Multi-time national champion in 2024, U.S. Olympian featherweight Shara Maya Patricio. Featherweight Rasheen Sugar Sheen Brown. Lightweight Francisco Cisco Kid Rodriguez. Welterweight Henry Sedeno. Super welterweight Quadir C4 Albright. Middleweight Paul the Punisher Kroll. Super middleweight the new Ray Robinson. Heavyweight, Concha, Don't Blink, Nathan. Featherweight, Brittany Sims. Current WBC USA Silver Super Lightweight Champion, Nahir Albright. Multi-time national champion and former Team USA member, Super Lightweight, Brianna Carrera. Former USBA and the NABO Super Middleweight Champion, Light Heavyweight, Jesse Hollywood Hart. Cruiserweight, Steve USS Cunningham. And heavyweight, Joey the Tank DeVeco. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we ask that you all please rise for the singing of our national anthem, being sung none other than from the Philadelphia Smoke Zone, the WBC USA Silver Super Lightweight Champion, Nahir Albright.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight, o'er the ramparts we watched, were so gallantly streaming. and the rock is regular. The bounce bursting in air gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free in the home of the brave.
The Philadelphia Smokes, Nahir Albrights. And now, ladies and gentlemen, it is time to begin the launch rounds. First up for the NYC Attitude, we'll begin at 126 pounds. It'll be Angelis Lopez Menendez matching up against the Philadelphia Smokes, Shera Maya Patricio.
Dave, I just have to say before we get started, it's not often you see the anthem singer wearing hand wraps.
That's
and
exactly.
It's been a joy to have Nahir Albright in action and also behind the mic singing the anthems.
That's why I call him Pipes Albright. And he sang it before Philly beat New York back in April. So, you know, superstitions, tendencies, you go.
We'll see him in round 10. Right now, it is round 1. We are underway in Philadelphia. Shera May Patricio in the purple and silver fight kit for Philadelphia. Angel Reese Lopez Mendez in the green and the white. And Patricio, as she has done against most of her opponents this year, coming forward, peppering with a lot of throws from both the left and the right side.
You come straight at your opponent, then you dare them to take that style away from you.
Just a constant incoming force, but Mendez is now getting a rhythm under herself. Lands a big right hand against Patricio. There's a left hand landed from Patricio herself. Good action here. Mendez showing that he's not going to be backing down despite the frequent throws.
Yeah, and it's Patricio doing a nice job on the inside, and they're battling for the inside positioning. Of course, Patricio's been battling her whole life as the oldest of 8 siblings, and they all fight. You know, there's a leadership thing there in the family.
It's good action in round 1. See it again in round 17 to kick off the money rounds. Patricio, 7-1 this season. Lost her lone round last week to Vegas's Florencia Brito. So everything that could have gone wrong for Philadelphia did go wrong in that matchup.
And that's why for them it's an excellent time to get right back and try to get that out of your head, both as a team and individually. And Patricio has come out as if she's on a mission in that direction.
Mendez has won 3 of her last 4 rounds, had a quality win over Boston's Camila Panetta. Also has wins over Brenda Cardenas and Lizette Lopez this season. Again, New York City badly needs a win to try and lock down a playoff berth. Philadelphia, meanwhile, trying to bounce back after that first defeat against Las Vegas.
And that's why, for different reasons, both teams have something to prove in this matchup, which just accentuates it.
Good 3-punch combo from Patricio. He's able to land the left ever so slightly against Mendez, who is fading back.
Yeah, this has been a lot of intensity from both of these fighters. Every punch and an attempted power scale has been high.
Good opening round.
And we didn't need the jab this time. Sometimes it's nice to set up something with the jab, but this was pleasing as they both came in and became walk-in sluggers.
Yeah, last week against Las Vegas, Dave, you had Shira Patricio going up and fighting at super lightweight. She was all over the place.
Whoa. That's doing stuff for the
Ladies
team.
and gentlemen, the winner of round one by unanimous decision from the Philadelphia Smoke, Shira Patricio. Our next round is brought to you by Climax Moonshine, fire number 32, known to bring the heat. Round two will feature featherweights for the NYC Attitude, Ariel Perez de la Torre. Matching up against the Philadelphia Smoke, Rashidi Brown.
So here's De La Torre and Brown, who you see on your screen. They'll do it for 2 rounds tonight. They'll be back in action in round 19. De La Torre 0-3, 27-year-old Cuban. He's 0-3 in his TCL career. Fought around this time last year, was in action 2 weeks ago as he made his return for New York City, and he's in for 2 rounds this afternoon against Rashidi Brown, who comes in at 20-3 in his career in the TCL.
So a big edge to Philly on paper coming in with this one. Now we'll see how it plays out, as De La Torre will be trying to get that right-hand lead in against the very crafty southpaw, who also has excellent footwork.
Rashidi Brown has routinely featured nice footwork, agility, good speed with the hands. The quickness to adapt, change angles. And there is a knockdown. Gloves hit the floor in round number 2. De La Torre says he was punched in the back of the head, but Rashidi Brown scoring some early points for his team.
And just as I was about to say, he's done 3 excellent things from different looks in the last 20 seconds. Moving to the right, darting into the left, and throwing a shot from a strange angle. And he got De La Torre to turn into the power shot. He has shown so many things that you have to worry about and key on in just a short time.
He's been a handful for many of his opponents in his TCL career. He's 8-2 this season. He did split a pair of rounds last weekend against Vegas's Osvaldo Caballero. And now 2 of his 3 career defeats have come against Caballero. So if those 2 teams end up meeting in the Mega Brawl in the finals for a championship, that's going to be one of the big-time matchups to watch. 2 fighters with a lot of success. Brown throughout his career, Caballero this season specifically. He's really stood out for Vegas.
Yeah, he's become one of the top fighters in the league. So, yeah, the fighters will have time to look over what happened in the last one, make some adjustments. But that one, should they meet up, is going to be excellent. Meantime, Brown is a pleasure to watch, the way he bounces around. It's like he's gliding on the dance floor. Hey, you have to trust your reflexes to do that with your head and to bring it back like that, trusting that your opponent will not hit you. We've seen him darting right, we've seen him moving to his left, and always doing something when he moves. Well, a handful is aptly described, as you said it, for all his opponents.
Rashidi Brown, professional contortionist, in round number 2 here against Ariel Perez de la Torre.
How many different ways did he make it look easy? Well, that was the right hand that causes the knockdown. Makes this a 10-8. Good shot there. Complaining about the back of the head, it looked borderline, but it's ruled a knockdown.
Ladies and gentlemen, the winner of round 2 by unanimous decision, 10-8, the Philadelphia Smoke's Rashidi Brown. At the moment, the Philadelphia Smoke lead 20 to NYC's 17. Round 3 at 135 pounds for the NYC Attitude. It'll be none other than Ryan Pretty Boy Zempoaltecatl. He'll match up against Philadelphia's Francisco Rodriguez.
Here's Ryan Zempoaltecatl and Francisco Rodriguez. Zempoaltecat's won 2 in a row. He's now 6-6 on the season. Francisco Rodriguez is 6-1 after taking his first loss in a 2-round split with Yusnel Abrahante last weekend against Vegas. But he has been a 2-round fighter in every event he's been in this season, Dave.
Yeah, he has been somebody that they've relied on, this new young gun coming. You won't wonder back in April who are going to be the guys who nobody knows about yet that are all of a sudden going to step up and grow throughout the years. And this is one of my top candidates that has done that throughout this season. He's kind of an unsung hero, and now all of a sudden in a top stage.
He didn't come out of nowhere. He was a player for Philadelphia in their title run last year, but you could just see how much he's grown. This is a young fighter. He's in his early 20s. Took some time away from Philadelphia to pick up a victory in his regular boxing career back in mid-April in his hometown of Atlantic City. And since that fight, he's returned to the roster, and he's been a success for the Smoke.
Kind of been a different fighter for them. With the seasoning, maturity, confidence. And just showing us a little more every week. But so far for the Philly fighters that had to get some bad memories out of their heads, it's been an excellent start.
Again, for Philadelphia, no Rashidi Ellis. Won't see her today. Likely won't see her when they have the regular season finale on July 12th. It'll give some ample time as Francisco Rodriguez has his knees stumbled. Zempoaltecatl perhaps hurting the young lightweight.
He nailed him coming in.
And now Rodriguez lodging himself on the ropes here, Dave.
Yeah, a strange place for him to be. Strange place. You know, you're doing everything perfectly. Everything is on the end of your jab, and then all of a sudden it's not. Different situation.
Zempoaltecatl catching him again with a left hook. And perhaps Rodriguez acknowledging it with that smile. Zempoaltecatl in a nice rhythm in the 3rd round. It's the only round we'll see Zempoaltecatl in here tonight.
And right now, if you're in New York, you might be thinking, I wish we had him in there another one. He really came up big. Well, we had this as a round to watch, and justifiably so, because Rodriguez had all this momentum, and look, they have been taken away from him. Right here, where he, at the stumbling part, the good left hook that nails Rodriguez, changes the flow of the fight. He was dazed by this, and then a nice solid right hand, left hand over the top. These were big moments for the New York fighter. And yeah, this is when he made his mark and almost made it a 10-8.
Quality hooks from Zempoaltecatl. And I stand corrected. We may see them again. They're scheduled for round 25.
Round 3 is awarded via unanimous decision to the NYC Attitudes, Ryan Zempoaltecatl. Philadelphia leads 29 to NYC's 27. Round 4 is brought to you by Balance of Nature, proud health supplement partner of TCL. At welterweight for NYC, Darius Jackson. For Philadelphia, Hendry Cedeno.
So if we are tied at the end of 24 rounds, we'll see a rematch between Zempoaltecatl and Rodriguez.
That would be a good one, too. You know there will be some adjustments by those fighters if they have to meet with everything on the line. Wouldn't that be interesting?
Here we are, pair of welterweights. Darius Jackson for New York City, Hendry Cedeno for Philadelphia in round number 4. As we get closer to round number 11 in the middle round, Stacia Settles in action against Brianna Carrera, and Settles is standing with our Amelia Moore.
Hey everybody, we're down here ringside. I'm here with Stacia Settles and one of my former Team USA teammates. We want to just talk a little bit about the Community Service Award that she's up for right now with Team Combat League. So Team Combat League is recognizing all of our athletes that are doing more than just doing stuff for themselves. So Stacia right now has an amazing program with, I believe it's EASF?
ESF.
Oh, ESF?
Yes.
Can you tell the audience a little bit about what exactly you're doing and what the push is with the children right now?
Yeah, so ESF runs an after-school program and a summer camp in Philadelphia and many other cities. I run Settles Boxing Academy, and we help children basically develop social emotional skills through boxing.
It's amazing. So working with social emotional, tell the audience a little bit like what exactly is that? Digging into self-confidence, dealing with situations, like exactly, give us a little bit more.
Yeah, so social emotional skills are really skills that are going to help you in school and life and pretty much anything that you do. It helps you to work with other people, it helps you to learn about your emotions, and that's what I do with my program.
That's absolutely amazing. And just so if somebody wanted to get involved in this, where are you located as far as the program with, you said
ESF.
ESF, thank you so much. So where exactly could they come to their children or people's children or any kids to come and get involved with this program?
Yeah, so basically in Philadelphia, that's where we do it, and that's what I love to do. We work with children as young as 3 and all the way up to 15.
That's amazing. Thank you so much for your time. Keep doing what you do, and I'll see you in the ring.
Appreciate it, yeah.
Thank you, guys.
We always love to hear what some of these athletes are doing outside the squared circle, and Settles, a community role model. She's been really impressive in the ring as well. We'll see her in round 11.
It's really interesting about what they do with the kids, too, avoiding the conflict and using your words and every other thing to avoid direct conflict. It's great to have a teacher like her.
I want to leave it in the ring, as Darius Jackson's trying to do here against Cedeno. Landed a quality left hook moments ago. Cedeno, a career 14-2 fighter. He's been in limited action this season for Philadelphia, just 2-1. He went 12-1 last season on their way to the title. Jackson, meanwhile, is in for just one round today. He lost to Dislan Gainza and Darian Castro of Vegas last time he was in action in mid-May, as Jackson tries to fight back with a left hook of his own. Another one landing. And some of these hands, Dave, from both fighters, they're dropping.
They're getting good shots in, and basically they threw caution to the wind. I may go down, but I'm looking for the knockdown. And so they went for it. It was a high risk-reward scenario there, which made it exciting. Here's a look at some of the back and forth. And this is a matter of, you know exactly what your opponent is going to do. Can you get positioning? There's Jackson, heads coming, crisp left hook. They're trading bombs, and there's where the emotion of the fight kicks in at the end.
Ladies and gentlemen, the winner of round 4 by unanimous decision, NYC's Darius Jackson. Philadelphia leads 38 to NYC's 37. Round 5 at super welterweight. For the NYC Attitude, Lasha Gugliani. For Philadelphia, Quadir Albright.
So now a 1-point edge for Philadelphia as NYC's taken the last 2 rounds. It's round 5 at junior middleweight. Lasha Gugliani for New York City, and Quadir Albright, the brother of Nahir, 25-year-old out of Philadelphia.
And New York did not have Gugliani in the matchup against Boston, which was something they could have used him in the lineup because he had been pivotal in the victory over Nashville in getting a late victory for that team, which was very important.
Gugliani with a late start to this season. He's gone 5-0 in 2025. And Lasha lost to Quadir in March of last year, and now he has 2 rounds against him today. They'll face off in round 22.
Oh, and he's coming out with trying to send a message in the first of these two. Good, solid left hand over the top, and that's what we saw in the knockdown against Nashville that he recorded. That was big in providing a victory for New York. Jab and then the power left hand is going to be his ticket.
Here, Albright, 7 and 9 in his career. Dropped to 1 and 5 on the season after losing a pair of rounds to the aforementioned Gainza and Castro last week.
And as we've seen the emergence of Gainza and Castro, top fighters, so you can understand dropping fights to them. And in the meantime, he's getting nailed here by Guglielmi.
Got a low guard against Lasha.
And you see that it's giving him vulnerability because Guglielmi with the jab and then a left hand. And he's thinking two all the time.
Stop, 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 stop. Pick it up.
Referee telling him to pick up the punches. Over a minute to go in round 5.
Guglielmi is timing Albright. He's looking for a movement, some kind of a tell with the right hand, and then he's pouring in with his left hand. And so far in this fight, he's been timing it pretty well. If he's going to take control of the fight right now. And very important to pay attention to that as a fighter, because that may be the last warning you get before a point is taken, depending on who the referee is. And you cannot afford to lose a point in this team sport.
Love the assertiveness by the third man in the ring right there, saying, hey, don't leave anything to me here. Decide it for yourselves. Getting tagged on the way in with that left hand by Guglielmi.
Well, they've both been loading up for the big shot the entire fight. Guglielmi got more of them in. There's Lasha, the Lasha left, boom. Look at his positioning. He sets up for the next one. He's back in position for it. The shutter step and then the good left hand there. That step replaced the jab and gave him some room to land it, and he was solid.
Some nice boxing from Lasha Guglielmi. Let's see if it leads to a victory in the 5th round.
Ladies and gentlemen, the winner of round 5 by unanimous decision from NYC, Lasha Guglielmi. We are tied up at 47 apiece between NYC and Philadelphia. Our next round is brought to you by Serenity Springs Recovery Center, a place of recovery and self-discovery. Round 6 in the middleweight division. For NYC, Giovanni Estella. For Philadelphia, Paul Kroll.
Three straight wins for New York City. And we're tied at 47. So that early 10-8 round for Rasheed Brown was offset by these 3 straight victories in the middleweight classes for the Attitude. Now here at middleweight, 160 pounds, Giovanni Estella in the white and green trunks against Paul Kroll, the 29-year-old out of Philly. 2-6 in his first TCL season. Split a pair of rounds with Rainier Salgado last week. Estella is coming off a pair of defeats to Boston star Jaye Brown, who you're going to see in the second half of our doubleheader this afternoon. Boston and San Antonio. Two teams on the playoff bubble, battling it out, desperately needing a win.
And Estella has been one of the sturdy fighters for New York, so they'll come in here with the idea of trying to put those two fights in the rearview mirror, just like many Philadelphia fighters have. We've seen him in other fights be very effective.
Crone trying to come over the top after looking to establish the jab. Bad intentions with those two punch attempts against Estella. The taller opponent has the larger reach.
And so if you don't get that jab home, the looping right hand will come up short or go wide, which is what happened to Crow. Of course, this is happening in live, real time, and fast speed. This hook by Kroll got in, and Estella is moving straight back, giving Kroll a target to load up for some of his big shots.
And closer with that second overhand right attempt. Right hand lands, soft connect.
Well, there is a lot for Kroll to shoot at based on where the left hand of Estella is.
That's why trying to go for that home run so tempting with the overhand right.
Yeah, you could trap a guy and get him to lure in. So what you can try to do is, if the jab is coming up a little short, you try a little head feint, anything to buy some space. Maybe just a few inches to get yourself closer for that right hand.
Final 20 seconds. In what's been a close round, another left hook landed by Kroll. Estella coming back. Two fighters letting it go in the final seconds here in round 6.
Tell you what, this is a battle of the punches that missed just as much as it is as the ones that got in. Take a look at it when I make that point. See, a miss, looks like it's big. Miss, over the top. All of these just missing by a hair. One got in by Estella at the end, and it's all about, we talk about the angles and at the fast speed, and you can miss just by a couple of inches, and they were both firing and coming up a little short.
Ladies and gentlemen, the winner of round 6 by split decision, Philadelphia's Paul Kroll. The smoke lead the attitude, 57-56. Round 7 will be contested at super middleweight. For NYC, Philip Stankovic. For Philadelphia, the new Ray Robinson.
Thought a split decision was appropriate there.
It was. You know, he was making the point about all the punches being missed, and so it's an interpretation by the judges as which ones are getting in. And the fight was that close, so that's a perfect interpretation, in my view, by the judges.
Philadelphia back in front by 1 point. Philip Stankovic in the white and green for New York City. Ray Robinson, 4-8 this season. He's dropped 8 of his last 9 rounds. He's in the purple for Philadelphia. He faced Stankovic and won both rounds against him in mid-April in that first meeting.
So now, what's happened nearly 3 months later? Is the momentum of Robinson losing fights going to come out here, or is it something about seeing Stankovic, which will be good for him?
Ray Robinson, 39 years of age, and a mainstay in this Philadelphia lineup. Super middleweight, out of the city of brotherly love. Trying to extend that 78-inch reach even further. Good jab to the body by Stankovic.
That's one way you try to neutralize it. And here's another way.
Right hand comes in and lands flush by Stankovic.
I thought your 78-inch reach. And that's such a big thing in boxing, the movement that you have to make to get past that jab. Fighters have different ways of doing it. Sometimes you can walk right through, sometimes it has to be a bob and weave. Robertson doesn't have a lot to keep Stankovic off.
He's trying to stay a step ahead, literally, with the footwork. You wonder if he has the speed to do so against Stankovic as he gets wheeled around and dropped to the floor. That's not a knockdown.
But that should be a message for Stankovic. Robertson looks a little weary. But there could be opportunity here.
Stankovic with a good pace right now. Less than a minute to go. Robertson gets in a left hand to the body, and Stankovic exchanges, connecting with the right hand. Good press action from Filip Stankovic here in round number 7.
Look at the head movement, his different ways to get in. He can storm through the jab, he can bob and weave through the jab, and he's got Robinson's number in the power department. And Robinson is trying to salvage some time, fight off the ropes. We've seen some fighters win from there, but many do not.
Round number 7 featuring consistent, controlled aggression from Filip Stankovic. Ray Robertson, though, likes his performance. It's going to be a close round.
We don't know how they're going to see it. I mean, we saw the offense from Stankovic. I mean, you made that point about the 78 reach, and that reach becomes the storyline of this fight. Was it used or not used? And Stankovic trying to make the point that it was not used as he slips, gets inside. You see some fancy moves here by Robertson in some of his better moments. Stankovic had harder punches.
Ladies and gentlemen, the winner of round 7 by unanimous decision. From Philly, the new Ray Robinson. Round 8 is brought to you by Event Ticket Center. Don't just watch it, experience it live with Events Ticket Center. The final launch round will feature heavyweights. Igor Plavaco for NYC. For Philly, Kanja Nathan.
All right, before we get going with round 8, what'd you think of that decision in round 7?
A surprise. I really had thought that Stankovic had done more with pressing through the jab. The judges saw something else with the movement by Robinson. Risky. He fought off the ropes. He was able to get away with that. I think that that's a point for Philadelphia that we thought they wouldn't get there.
In a close head-to-head score right now, it's a match that you don't want to forget. You might have to look back on. But those two will do it again coming up in round 13 as we get settled in for Kanja Nathan in the purple and Igor Plavaco in the white and green for New York. And both fighters trying to bounce back here. Plavaco 2-2. Nathan lost 2 rounds to Eder Cordoba of Vegas last week. And he does have a win over Plavaco already in 2025. Lone round of the night for Plavaco. Nathan, meanwhile, will have a lot of pressure on him if this is close. Oh, no, it's in round 24.
You have to be born for round 24 and then want that. Because the way this has gone so far, you could get a sense that round 24 will really matter.
Good close range punches thrown by Kanja Nathan. Being first, look at that. Stabbing him back with that left-handed jab.
Try to make it look stiff, make it look definitive, so the judges can get a good look at it.
Right hand coming through from Nathan.
He's getting bolder and more comfortable, and Plavaco is loading up. He's thinking one big shot. And Nathan is timing him pretty well after the jab hand stops.
That jab has established an identity from Conja Nathan here in round 8. It is stiff, like you mentioned, and it's landing directly on Plavaco.
And if Nathan wins, that will be a big differentiator for him, because they have been loading up with right-hand shots. And Plavaco's been throwing as if the jab doesn't matter. I'm just loading up looking for the one good shot. And now Nathan is also doing a pretty good job mugging him on the inside.
Round a bit cleaner for Philadelphia's Conja Nathan. We'll see how the judges view it as the launch rounds wrap up in a nice back and forth first 8.
Yeah, great momentum for Philadelphia at the beginning. New York catching a hot streak in the middle. And then Philly winning round 7 and look good in round 8. So they'll try to hit the launch rounds with some momentum. We'll see if that's how the judges view that one.
Ladies and gentlemen, the winner of round 8 by unanimous decision, from the smoke, Conja Nathan. At the end of the launch rounds, the smoke lead the attitude 77-74.
So a 3-point lead for Philadelphia as they take the final 3 rounds in the launch round phase, up 77-74. Philadelphia with an early lead, trying to carry that momentum over into the middle rounds. A reminder, Team Boxing League is brought to you by Event Ticket Center. Don't just watch it, experience it live with Events Ticket Center. Tickets to the best seats in the house to all your favorite events.
I had a really rough life. I was doing drugs. I was not hanging out with the right crowd since I was always pissed off at the world. I had a lot of anger built up. Boxing was my escape from everything. I'm motivated by my daughter. She's the reason why I keep going. I do it more for her to follow her dream. I'm living my dream right now.
Every round tells a story. Every team carries a city. Follow Brenda and the Las Vegas Hustle as they begin their march for the title. Weekends on Merit TV.
I was drinking every day.
I was hooked on oxys.
My husband turned into someone I didn't recognize.
The addiction crisis. Worse than a pandemic, we have a growing epidemic. There are approximately 20 alcohol and drug-related deaths per hour every single day. Addiction is a disease. Like any other disease, it may have serious harmful effects and may lead to death if left untreated.
Introducing Serenity Springs Recovery Center, a place of recovery and rediscovery. We understand the unique challenges men face in their journey to recovery. Set on 38 private acres, our state-of-the-art facility offers a safe, supportive environment for healing and growth. Our team of dedicated professionals specializes in evidence-based treatment, providing our patients with the tools to overcome addiction and achieve long-term sobriety. If you or a loved one needs to make a change, call us today at 386-423-4540 or visit us online at serenityspringsrecovery.com and reclaim your life.
TCL Team Boxing League is brought to you by Serenity Springs Recovery Center, a place of recovery and self-discovery. And in the launch rounds in Philadelphia, and the defending champ Philly Smoke. They have a 77-74 lead as we welcome you back inside our Merit TV Sports studios. Justin Shackle, Dave Bontempo with you. Pretty even, pretty back and forth, though. Philadelphia winning some close rounds, and they've built themselves a nice lead, courtesy of extra points as well. So usually what would be just a 2-point edge, now 3 because of a 10-8 early round.
Yeah, coming from Rashidi Brown. We saw the big fighters on both teams come up big. First 2 for Philadelphia. In the middle, some of the big New York fighters coming up with victories for that team. So as far as a handicapping perspective, it played to form for the most part. The one difference is Rashidi Brown coming up with a 10-8 for Philadelphia rather than a 10-9, paving the difference. And that was one of the most demonstrative displays I have seen from Rashidi Brown all year. One of the top performances bell to bell.
Well, let's take a closer look at what Rashidi Brown was able to do as we take a look at the launch round highlights presented by the Balance of Nature. That was round 2, Brown against Ariel Perez de la Torre. This was a borderline punch on the knockdown. Maybe behind the head, maybe perfectly placed behind the ear.
It was right on the borderline, and that's why you'll get that call half the time. He got it there.
And then here in round 7, the thought was that Filip Stankovic did enough, but the refs, or the judges liked what Ray Robertson was able to do along the ropes.
Yeah, along the ropes and a little bit of lateral movement. So he came out and maybe pulled one out of the fire there for Philadelphia. So when you look at that, those 2 highlights, 2 extra points for Philadelphia with the victory that could have gone the other way, plus the extra point being delivered from Rashidi Brown. And otherwise, we have parity like we expected.
There's a look at the middle round fight card with the bouts coming up. It'll be led off at 126 pounds by Fatima Dudieva and Brittany Sims. But also, round number 11, it'll feature Stasia Suttles and Brianna Carrera. So Suttles in line for TCL Rookie of the Year. Perhaps she has been money. She's won 8 in a row, but she has a tough test here against Carrera.
She does, and that's why we've lived as a round to watch in the middle, because she has been so domineering, tall, strong, very difficult to defeat her. A lot of opponents have tried different things, and they've come up short with that. So now we'll see how it happens here. In the meantime, for Suttles, a freight train of dominance right now. Does she continue that?
Well, she has one stoppage to her record this season. It was against Carrera back on April 13th. Still, Brianna Carrera, a very tough out in front of Suttles in round 11. Let's get started with round number 9. Back inside to Newtown Athletic Center with Ray Flores.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's now time to begin the middle rounds between NYC and Philly. First up for the NYC Attitude at 126 pounds to begin round 9. It'll be Fatima Dudieva. She'll be opposed by Philadelphia's Brittany Sims.
There's Brittany Sims, who is, well, now in her her second season with Rashidi Ellis out. Brittany Sims has returned. She was 10-0 last season. Had big wins in 2024. Victories over Ginny Fuchs, Lizette Lopez, Miyo Yoshida. And now, as she makes her season debut, Fatima Dudieva is making her TCL debut. This is a 5'4" Russian right in the fray for New York City.
And how about these teams being able to find new talent at the end of the season? Fighters who have been on the cusp trying to break in or looking for one spot back after they've been here. And now down the stretch, there are some openings.
In regular boxing, Fatima Dudieva is 13-0, but she's been inactive, hasn't fought since July of 2022.
Boy, that is a lot of ring rust to shake off. Especially when it has to be channeled into 3 minutes.
Sims, 34 years of age. The power is evident, but also it's there on paper for her as well. 8-3 traditional boxing record. Of those 8 wins, 5 knockouts. Pretty rare in women's boxing.
Yeah, especially with the fact that they are the 2-minute rounds for the most part. Now you get a little bit more time to work with here, but only 1 round.
Right hand thrown by Dudieva out of the clinch. Philadelphia trying to add to a 3-point advantage that they built in the launch round.
All right, easy. Let's go. Get to that body. Get hard right now.
Sims taking her time, moving in and out, seeing if one sequence will work, and if it doesn't, she retreats. Looks at the situation again and comes back.
And launched by Dudieva.
Have to be careful here with the heads, the way they're lunging in. Now, when the jab is not there and you're looking for something else, sometimes you lunge in, and if both fighters lunge in with their heads, that's where you can get those clashes.
Dudieva being warned a second time for holding.
Fortunately for her, the clock will run out, because if it's a third time, you are flirting with losing a point.
They will do it again in round 21. We saw a lot of dangerous boxing in terms of the head movement.
Yes, the heads were coming toward each other. That was the problem here. Now, there's a good job by Sims with the jab and then the tie-up, but fortunately, the headbutts were avoided.
Ladies and gentlemen, the winner of round 9 by unanimous decision for Philadelphia, Brittany Sims. Your score, Philadelphia 87, NYC 83. Our next round is brought to you by Climax Moonshine Fire number 32, known to bring the heat. At lightweight for NYC, it'll be Surbek Ragmutalov. Philadelphia will feature Nahir Albright.
Surbek Ragmutalov in action, the 28-year-old southpaw out of Uzbekistan. Now living and training in Brooklyn. He is going for his 20th career victory in TCL Team Boxing League. He's 5-5 this season. And he's hit a bit of a rough patch, loser of 4 straight after winning 5 in a row. So a season of peaks and valleys here for Ragmutalov as Nahir Albright returns to the Philadelphia Smoke lineup for the first time since April 26th, Dave.
Yes.
Broke off to go through a training camp for his regular boxing career. He beat Kelvin Davis on June 7th in Davis's backyard of Norfolk, and he's back here for a playoff push.
And singing the national anthem first.
Wearing many hats.
Yes, Pipes Albright. And so he's been active but sparing in this lineup. So question for him, again, channeling that aggression into a short time frame. But this is an excellent round to watch as well, because Ragmutalov had been a rock for New York and then ran into some tough matchups.
Oh, hold on, work your way out of it, Phil. Work your way out of it. Keep working in it. Stop!
His season, in a way, reflects their season. He gets hot, they win. And he doesn't come up big, they lose.
New York City needing a win. It would go a long way in locking in a playoff berth. A reminder, the TCL postseason begins in the 3rd week of July. July 19th. First quarterfinals get going. July 18th, rather. The regular season winds down.
That's only 3 weeks from right now, so you're a fighter. If you come up with a good performance right here, you're in good shape emotionally going into that playoff week. And this is a very tough Eastern Division for New York with Boston and Philadelphia. This team has had a couple of very tight losses, an 18-point win over Los Angeles. So it's been there for them, but they have not gotten that get over the hump victory yet.
Pull his head down.
You know, a lot of teams in the upper portion of the bracket right now, the top 4 seeds, you could go look up and down their schedule and point to a signature win. And like you mentioned, we haven't seen that with New York City.
Not against a top team. They beat the LA Elite, and then they beat Nashville. None of those teams above 500 right now, but they've been tough with Boston. They've been tough with Philadelphia. Tough with Vegas.
Right hand knocking down Rocklatuliev. Not here, Albright. That's the mic hand, Dave.
That's right. And the Rockets' red glare.
Good performance from Nahir Albright.
So it looked one way live. How did they rule this?
I think they ruled this a slip. There was no count.
Good right hand got in. Looked pretty clean.
Yeah. A close range right hook.
Now, the feet did not come together. He did not push him.
Some points left on the board there.
Well, yeah, we thought that they got an extra point in one of the earlier matches. They had one taken away here.
Ladies and gentlemen, the winner of round 10 by split decision from Philadelphia, Nahir Albright. Your score, the Smoke 97, the Attitude 92. Round 11 at 140 pounds. For NYC, Stasia Suttles. For Philadelphia, Brianna Carrera.
Round number 11, our round to watch. 2 talented women at 140 pounds. Stasia Suttles for New York City. Brianna Carrera, who you see on your screen, for Philadelphia. Is in her 4th straight week of action. Fell to Florencia Britos last week. Lost to Suttles by KO on April 13th. Amelia Moore, who's ringside here. What makes Stasia Suttles so dangerous at 140 pounds?
I would say that she's got really great height and really great reach. So, I mean, you think about any boxer out there has really good foundation of straight punches, and that's exactly what you're seeing. She keeps a good guard, and being able to get in on that, you have to move your head. You can't stand in front of her. So that's a big thing. She likes to also use that lead hook. So I would say the reach, the solid straight punches, and the volume. I mean, that's like an elite level USA amateur pedigree. That's what you get.
We've been seeing her seemingly step up into another gear over the last few weeks. Do you sense the same thing? Is she just doing things a little better, or has she added anything?
I definitely would say that she's gaining confidence. That's a big thing. I mean, I think that's something that she lacked big time in amateurs, and why she wasn't as successful at the international level. Kind of like putting things together, staying solid on your feet, and being able to make those punches so clean. And staying behind the punches, you know, that's to have more success. And I think that she's kind of figuring it out. You know, you get a knockout, you get that confidence and realize that maybe you can stand and bang with somebody, and you don't have to keep jumping out of the pocket, you know, jumping back, rearing up, leaving your face exposed, leaving your chin exposed. So I think she's just starting to figure it out.
Pro style takes time for a lot of fighters. That young fighters often talk about when they turn pro, how they have to unlearn a lot of things from their amateur career.
Hey, you're fighting
Absolutely.
for points.
I couldn't agree more.
In the amateur level, you're fighting for points and for the quick impression on the judges and for the pros. And there's something beyond that.
No, I would say that I would have to agree with that 100%. Especially, you know, there are adjustments to be made. When you realize that those 8-ounce gloves are absolutely dangerous, and you start realizing that, you know, what you put on it and when you start sitting on things, it creates damage. And being able to read the opponents, I think a lot of athletes don't have the sense, and that's what makes a great athlete from an okay athlete or, you know, a good athlete, is that, especially in boxing, is you have to be able to know when your opponents are hurt. And so when you put stank on a punch and you land something cleanly, and you can't tell if they're hurt or not, then you just completely lost the opportunity. It's kind of like the amateurs who are like, don't get points away. Same. But like we're seeing here, she's learning how to go to the body in on Carrera right now, you know, and that's key. It's like stepping on the gas, getting in that corner, and starting to dig the body and use other tools.
The attention to the body work by Settles has stood out in this round 11. Carrera landing a couple of nice counters near the end, but Settles controlling the pace of round 11.
And we saw probably more body punching from her in this than in some other recent efforts as it was there. I mean, we're seeing some shots up on the top, but for the body of work there, you see the good work on the inside, not wasting any opportunities. And look at the power coming through her hips there.
Round 11 by unanimous decision from NYC, Stasia Settles. Your score, Philadelphia 106, NYC 102. Our next round is brought to you by Balance of Nature, proud health supplement partner of TCL. At welterweight for NYC, Elijah Williams. For Philadelphia, Henry Cedeno.
So Settles and Carrera, they'll go back at it again in round number 18. Here it's round 12. Second look of the day with Henry Cedeno, who dropped a unanimous decision to NYC's Darius Jackson. Different opponent here with Elijah Williams in front of him now. 4-point lead for Philadelphia, 106 to 102.
Very important for New York to get a point back and stay within shouting range here.
This is just the second event for Elijah Williams. Split a pair of rounds with Kino Luna back on the 14th against Boston. Newburgh, New York native.
Cedeno's trying to find a way inside that jab. And finds that Williams has something waiting for her.
Work your way at it. Let's go. Suéltalo. Stop. Stop.
Referee telling Cedeno to pick up his punches. That Philly shell from the Philadelphia fighter.
And he would like to pop that jab. And remember, if you want to look busier to the judges, you've got Williams with the low hand trying to lure you in. You don't have that much time to work with. Keep that jab popping and keep the movement. You don't need to keep your hands down there. You can't score from down there. It's funny that Williams did not buy any of that.
You have two young, hungry fighters, eager to win, eager to upstage one another. Every now and then, it feels like you have fighters who kind of go into sparring mode, and they do things that kind of distance themselves from the boxing approach that would probably put them in a better position to succeed in the individual round.
it takes on a different pace. If you and the other guy trade, I throw one, you throw one, but nobody puts their foot on the gas pedal. Then you're taking turns, and that is the pacing of a sparring session. So first one to snap out of that is usually in a good position. This is all going to be about how the judges view the movement from Williams versus, you know, some shots on the inside by Cedeno because it was lower scoring. Who looked like the ring general?
Right, Cedeno felt like he was in control based on that movement that we were talking about, movement that you would typically see in a sparring session. Williams wasn't exactly baited into it, though we saw it with him at certain moments, but he was more, it felt like, committed to his game plan, for lack of a better phrase.
He was not going to be lured into a trap, so he would make sure he stayed on the outside and look for things, but did he do enough?
Ladies and gentlemen, the winner of round 12 by unanimous decision from the smoke, Hendry Cedeno. The score, Philadelphia 116, NYC 111.
So they one thing that could come out of that.
Round 13. At super middleweight for NYC, Philip Stankovic. For Philadelphia, the new Ray Robertson.
Quick tag, you can cut off the ring, but in that small space, you still have to be active, and that's where that one was.
So Cedeno victorious. He earns the unanimous decision over Elijah Williams. Now we have a rematch of round 7, an entertaining round between Stankovic and Ray Robertson. They're doing it again here in round 13 as Philadelphia is now ahead by 5. Cedeno gets the win. And earlier in the middle rounds, round 9, Brittany Sims back like she never left. She improves to 11-0. Amelia standing by with Philadelphia's featherweight.
Hey everybody, down here we were just talking with Brittany about getting back into the ring and kind of how that felt now that she's back with the Philly Smoke.
Yeah, no, I'm thrilled to be back. I'm glad to be back with Philly Smoke. You know, I had a few offers from some teams that said no. If I'm gonna come back, it's gonna be with Philly Smoke. You know, we were the previous year's world champions. And, you know, just me coming back, I hope to contribute still with the team. We're 5-1. You know, hopefully we can continue our winning streak. So we're looking to become a second-time world champions here.
I mean, I think it's definitely, you guys have great camaraderie. You went last year 10-0 with an amazing record last year and just such great performances. Amazing to see you back. I want to just talk a little bit. You were earlier in this year, before you came back to the team, you were doing, you had some traditional pro fights. So if you want to tell us a little bit about that.
Yeah, no, we had some, my team and I, we had at Indio's Boxing Gym, we had some pro fights that, you know, we really were trying to work up the ranks so we can get to a world title shot. You know, I have a great manager in Dave Dubinsky, so us being lined up with the fights that we had in my performance with that, I mean, hopefully I'm ranked number 2 with the WBA. With currently no ranking at number 1, so hopefully soon we can become that number 1 mandatory.
That's so exciting, and when you know that you're strategically working your way and picking hard opponents and making your way to a world title, I cannot wait to see that happen for you. I'm so glad that you're back with the Philly Smoke and being able to see you fight tonight. Thank you again for coming out, and great talking to you tonight, and absolutely, you guys keep an eye out for her and the rest of her pro career as we move through the rest of this season.
Thank you, Amelia. I appreciate you, and thank you to Team Combat League. Appreciate y'all.
All right, thank you, Amelia. Brittany Sims will be back in action in round 21. Here in round 13, fireworks. They're carrying over from the 7th round, Dave.
This is the round of the night so far, and round 7 was really good, too.
Philip Stankovic's nose busted up here inside the final 35 seconds.
And still plowing forward. And Robinson more crisp with some of these shots in this fight as he backs up, but he's able to land some powerful right hooks as you see again that he's being able to plant himself a little better. And this is some punitive work by Robinson up the middle expanding on what he was able to do in their first fight, where it was very close. These are some big blows landed by Robertson here.
Direct shots by Ray Robertson. Just credit Stankovic for steaming forward. And you wonder if it's going to be a 2-round sweep for the new, or did Stankovic show enough for a split?
Well, here
the blood on his face would say otherwise.
I'll tell you what, you look at these guys, for Stankovic, it's like the fight starts when I get within 3 inches of you and we start to fight, because there was no jabbing. Stankovic just coming in, and Robinson slick enough to take advantage of some opportunities with Stankovic and his enthusiasm and aggression. Boy, that was a treat.
Ladies and gentlemen, the winner of the exhilarating round 13, unanimous decision, out of Philadelphia, the new Ray Robinson. The score, Philadelphia 126, NYC 120. Our next round is brought to you by Serenity Springs Recovery Center, a place of recovery and self-discovery. Round 14 at light heavyweight. For NYC, Isaac Carbonell. For Philadelphia, Jesse Hart.
First light heavyweight bout of the evening, round number 14. Jesse Hart, Philadelphia's team captain, against Isaac Carbonell.
And boy, this is another real good one. Shows for Philadelphia, you're going up against them, you're down a few points, and they haven't even shown you Hart and Cunningham yet. So that's a good place to be if you're Philadelphia. And for New York, that means more of an uphill battle.
Jesse Hart, 10-1 on the season, winner of 9 in a row. Who's a 15-6-1 career TCL fighter in his own right. Carbonell has won 5 straight, 6-1 on the season. 2 fighters that do not lose often.
2 very schooled fighters. The Hart's just showing the jab, either trying to set something up or get points on the board.
These two split a pair of rounds on April 13th. We'll meet for 2 more here today. They'll be in action in round 23.
And I think it was Hart rallying for the split, so.
And Jesse Hart, 18-2 record in his career. Carbonell's owned one of those defeats for Jesse Hart.
Let's break. Step back.
Carbonell, a 31-year-old Cuban southpaw, charging forward there.
Stop.
And that's one way to get through the distractions that Jesse Hart is showing to you. He settles into a rhythm, does Hart, moves laterally, punches, goes in and out, and Carbonell really trying to muscle him. He avoided 2 potential shots from Hart just by coming in with his gloves up. Hart did get him the 3rd time. But there's a lot of gamesmanship going on the inside between these 2 fighters.
Let him out.
Every inch counts when you have 2 premier talents going toe-to-toe. If you can gain the slightest edge, it could come back to reward you in the judges' scorecards.
That's why positioning is very important. Taking advantage of every opportunity matters a lot in this type of a fight. Then there was a sneaky left hand by Hart, knowing exactly the movement that Carbonell was going to make. Just a beautiful veteran move by Jesse Hart.
Tried to do it again.
It's the don't bother me left hand. And that was all about timing and distance. He got it down and used it twice in the final seconds. Here's Hart. Carbonell has been leaping in. Hart cut him off there and avoided getting hit. That was some very good defensive work by Jesse Hart. In other instances, we saw that left hand flick out from an angle because he knew exactly how Carbonell would come at him. That's what veterans do.
Ladies and gentlemen, the winner of round 14 by unanimous decision. From Philadelphia, Jesse Hart. Your score, the smoke, 136. The attitude, 129. Round 15 in the Cruiserweight division. For NYC, Talia Tessie Eves. For Philadelphia, Steve USS Cunningham.
It's always nice to see a new venue like this for a former world champion like Steve Cunningham. And he's enjoying this journey, whatever the opportunity is. It's an encore presentation in what's been a long and meritorious boxing career.
A 3-0 inaugural TCL season for Steve Cunningham, former Cruiserweight world champ, against Talia Eves. In his second TCL event 2 weeks ago. In his debut, he stopped Michael Hilton.
One of the most unique characteristics of this league is it is a melting pot and a magnet for former champions, a lot of veteran fighters. And in some situations, you would say, okay, they're going to come into this league and they're going to dominate. They do well, but they're not going to automatically win. And maybe they win 70% of their fights. But the one-round format is a challenge, and some younger fighters ready to come up are also a good challenge.
Two cruiserweights with very similar builds. Standing right in front of one another.
Let's go, work your way out of there, fellas. Come on. He's holding!
Interesting that for all the experience, now we're seeing some jabs finally from Cunningham, but we would think that you'd see more of that from fighters with all this seasoning.
Boxing well, the front foot, maybe not landing, but the movement is showcasing a fighter who knows his way around the ring.
Yeah, and with Cunningham moving straight back, there was a chance for Eves to get in a right hand.
And the left did Cunningham.
These are some of the things that make veterans difficult to fight. They don't like the way the matchup is after they mitch. They tie you up. They're able to do it and do it in a way that the referee doesn't believe they're holding. All these little tricks. And in a short fight and in a close fight, they may make the difference.
So round 15 comes to a close. One more to go. Two heavyweights on deck. Joey DeVaco, Bryce Taylor. A single round of action for both of these cruiserweights in Cunningham and Eves. They're both wanting to have their performances stand out in the overall team score. And we are about to see the decision and how it leads to the team score.
Ladies and gentlemen, the winner of round 15 by split decision. from Philadelphia, Steve USS Cunningham. Your score, the Smoke 146, the Attitude 138. Our next round is brought to you by Event Ticket Center. Don't just watch it, experience it live with Event Ticket Center. Our final minute round in the heavyweight division. For NYC, it is Bryce Taylor. For Philadelphia, Joey DeVaco.
Well, it was a 3-point advantage for Philadelphia at the beginning of the middle rounds is now stretched to 8. They're at 146-138 with one more round to go here in the middle round. Joey DeVaco in the purple for Philadelphia. Just a single round for Joey tonight against Bryce Taylor, who is scheduled to go in round 24 against Kanja Nathan.
Philadelphia is pointing New York to death there, but he's only won 10-8 over this entire time. So this has been an excellent boxing display by a deep Philadelphia team here.
Taylor's a TCL veteran, but he hasn't been in action since April 26th. He lost to Joey DeVaco last year. Joey's 3-5 on the season. Has lost 2 straight after last week. Bryce Taylor was the first opponent that DeVaco ever faced when he entered the TCL last season.
You always have a special memory for those first fights. And these guys, with the familiarity, not even throwing the jab out there. It's like the jab is an hors d'oeuvre. Let's get to the power punches. Who's going to land a big shot?
Bryce Taylor paying attention to the body, and with those lower hands, it allowed DeVaco to find a way in with that right hand and then that left moments ago. Not really knocked down, a slip. Pushed down, actually. Dave, you blink, you look up, and there's less than a minute to go in this round.
Yeah, and they've been on top of each other, but it's still out there for grabs. But so far, it's Taylor bullying DeVaco.
Good head movement, the overhand right from DeVaco. After watching a full season here, the thing that maybe has held DeVaco back from where we're sitting, he just hasn't been active enough with his hands.
And we talk about the jab, right? The jab is setting everything up. And even the top heavyweights have a sharp, stiff jab. The activity, not there. A lot of time tying up. The jab is a good way to settle into the rest of your offense. We spend a lot of time backing up and wrestling. And we'll see if that's how the judges concur. Talked about these guys were both settling back and waiting for one big one, which never came. So now you've left it in the hands of the judges. And you don't know. You're out there fighting, you really don't know if you did enough.
Ladies and gentlemen, the winner of round 16 by unanimous decision from NYC, Bryce Taylor. Your score, Philadelphia 155, NYC 148. That is the conclusion of the middle rounds.
End of 16 rounds, and Philadelphia, the defending champs, and fresh off their first defeat in over a calendar year, have a 7-point advantage as we head to the money rounds. Great display from Brittany Sims in her return. We'll see her in the middle of the money rounds. How about Ray Robinson? 155, 148, Philly in front. Team Boxing League brought to you by Event Ticket Center. Don't just watch it, experience it live with Events Ticket Center. Tickets to the best seats in the house to all your favorite events.
When there's a dispute, I prefer to talk it out. These athletes, well, they prefer a more physical method. Watch TCL Team Boxing League weekends on Merit TV.
I thought we had a plan for Dad. He was set to go to the senior living community right by my house. Then a friend suggested I talk to a place for Mom. They really opened my eyes. My advisor listened and understood his needs and showed us options that were still nearby, but a better fit for Dad. Now he's in a warm, engaging community with a big group of friends. I know we made the better choice.
For free senior living advice, go to aplaceformom.com.
Balance of nature has made a big difference in my life. I joined a CrossFit gym at 65, and it's one of the best things I did, right along with balance and nature. I started taking this product 2 years ago. I'm healthier, I'm happier, I've lost some weight, I've put on some muscle, and I give credit to Balance and Nature for that motivation to get back to the gym.
Get 35% off your first set as a preferred customer. Claim this offer by using discount code FIGHT.
I got charged for a stolen vehicle.
Time in jail. Witness the unfiltered reality of life on the inside. Then it's the ultimate showdown on the streets. Cops Reloaded.
Get on the ground!
Jail and Cops Reloaded. Weekdays starting at 3:30 Eastern on Dr. Phil's Merit TV.
When there's a dispute, I prefer to talk it out. These athletes, well, they prefer a more physical method. Watch TCL Team Boxing League weekends on Merit TV.
And you could visit a TCL Team Boxing League event in person. Just scan the QR code on your screen and purchase tickets to our next location. July 11th, we return to Dallas, Texas, as the Houston Hitmen take on the NYC Attitude in the first of a doubleheader, followed by the LA Elite facing the Dallas Enforcers. Then on Saturday, July 12th, we head back to the great state of Pennsylvania as the Nashville Smash face the Philadelphia Smoke to conclude the regular season. 155, 148. Philadelphia is ahead of New York City as we head to the money rounds. Back here in our studios, Justin Shackle, Dave Bontempo. We saw a bit of everything, but with Philadelphia, we're seeing winning in volume. They take 6 of the 8 rounds in the middle round portion after doing a better job over the first 8 rounds. They do a better job at just commanding these rounds 9 through 16, Dave.
Well, I'll tell you what, this is a team now that looks like they're getting healthy tonight. You're seeing the swagger come back to Philadelphia. You're seeing the fundamentals, and you're seeing the heart and the character of a team that needs a bounce back. This is a team that really wanted to win and convincingly to get itself in a good psychological state before the next week and then before the playoffs. And so round by round, they're grounding it out. They're doing it properly. We're seeing everybody come up, the fundamentals, and this is a team that's looking like it did before.
Yeah, a lot of good happening in the middle rounds for Philadelphia. Let's take you through the middle round highlights. They are presented to you by the Balance of Nature. Earlier we saw the return of Brittany Sims to a win here in round 11. It was another standout woman, but for New York City, that is Stacia Suttles just outclassing a very tough and game Brianna Carrera.
Yeah, she's been the freight train since early April. We're seeing more put into her attack, and the punitive body shots were something interesting to watch in this one.
And then the launch round between Ray Robinson and Filip Stankovic, it was close. This one, Ray Robinson stepped his game up, and he had some damage for Stankovic.
You can call me Ray. You can call me the new Ray, because he was absolutely terrific in this one. Those uppercuts, positioning himself along the ropes and landing his best shots. That's one of the best performances by somebody on the ropes we've seen this year.
So he is a 2-round fighter this evening as we take a look at the money round fight cards, round 17 through 24, taking you through the end. And we are going to see a rematch in round number 19. It's a rematch of round 2 where Rashidi Brown, responsible right now for the only round that rewarded a team extra points, back in action against De La Torre.
And I'm curious to see if he could do it again, because that was a sweet boxing display up and down by Rashidi Brown that first time. Can he do it again?
Yeah, that is coming up in round number 19. So Rashidi Brown, one of the standouts here for Philadelphia, now 8-2 on the season after dispatching De La Torre. But this is the nature of this head-to-head bout. Again, only one round where we see a 10-8 or basically a team coming away with extra points. So it's been pretty evenly matched. The score, though, just encapsulates how well Philadelphia has done in sheer volume in winning rounds.
And we're seeing them do it in different ways. What impresses me a lot about this team is they had a pretty good lead built up before they got to Hart and Cunningham at the bottom of the lineup in the middle rounds. So at the top, they were doing a good job. They have people coming back into the lineup that's brand new. And this is a team that is showing you some different things as they come into this week. So up and down. And we've seen power displays by teams. We've seen teams get 5 or 6 knockouts or 10-8s. This is Philadelphia, nick, pointing New York to death tonight.
And Philadelphia has a chance to have its talent separate the team from New York City at the very beginning of these money rounds. Shira May Patricio will lead things off. Fighting at featherweight, round 17, money rounds about to get underway. Let's go back to Ray Flores.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is now time to begin the money rounds between NYC and Philly. At 126 pounds to begin round 17 for NYC, it is Angelis Menendez. For Philadelphia, Shira May Patricio.
There's Mendez, who fell to Patricio 10-9, a unanimous decision defeat. And Patricio getting ready to go. Competing here at featherweight. She competed last week at 140 pounds. This woman's natural weight is at the 118-pound weight class.
That is what you call taking one for the team. Going up, needed at those higher weight classes, and it's tough to bring your power up to 140 pounds from 118. So now you come down to a place where you're more comfortable, and this is for Shira May Patricio, this is the real you. And we saw the aggression coming out for her in the first round. And hey, how typical is this? The women get us started, whether it's the launch rounds, the middle, the money rounds, and they come out brawling right in the center of the ring and get a high expectation set.
Patricio Mendez providing good action to start the money rounds here. Patricio now 8-1. Again, at 140 pounds against Vegas, she lost her lone round against Florencia Britos. We're going to look back on this regular season. We're going to see that type of regular season record. We're probably not going to think about how she had to bump up 20-plus pounds to 140, but that's a big reason why she's been one of the most valuable fighters for this Philadelphia squad.
And she's been a real leader for them and kind of the face of their emergence over the course of the year. Very tough. And down at this weight class, she seemed to have a muscularity edge against her opponents, that she could come in and push them back. Now Mendez is trying to have something to say about this as she tries to cut her off. But Patricio has had her foot on the pedal almost this entire time.
Just over 60 seconds remain in round 17.
Still like to see the intellect here that we're also viewing from Patricio, because she's been plowing straight ahead like a tank, but not just blindly with her head in. When she advanced and saw a counter punch coming, she put up her left hand and blocked it on the way in. So that was good thinking in the midst of aggression.
It's also been a good sequence from Mendez.
Yeah, Mendez has had a nice last minute or so here coming straight in.
See the Philadelphia crowd looking on closely with Patricio. They can continue to separate themselves from New York City in the overall team score. The lead currently at 7. They try to lock in the number 2 seed for the postseason.
Some theatrics at the end.
That's how you know it's competitive. A fighter like Patricio doesn't usually give in to any of the showmanship.
Yeah, but here, she had all she wanted from Mendez, and this is a good, grueling, gritty battle on the inside. This was 3 minutes of fury.
Patricio tested a lot more in round 17 than in round 1. We'll see if it shows up in the judges' scoring.
Ladies and gentlemen, the winner of round 17 by split decision, Jeremiah Patricio. Your score, Philadelphia 165, NYC 157. Our next round is brought to you by Climax Moonshine, fire number 32, known to bring the heat. At 140 pounds for NYC, Stasia Suttles. For Philly, Brianna Carrera.
Carrera and Suttles back in the ring to do it again in the 18th round. Suttles outpointing Carrera in the 11th. Suttles going for a 10th win of the season.
Excellent body shots that she unleashed that first time.
One of the things that stands out with Suttles is how she always punches with conviction. There is full extension on every throw that she makes.
And she has this upper body strength that she converts into her punches. Everything is hard, and she's versatile. So keep going downstairs. She'll throw a hard jab, but she's looking for a good, hard right hand to the head in this particular matchup. But if it's not there, maybe she throws a hook. But right now, the definitive aspect of her game has been this left hook to the body. It has been a crunching left hook to the body.
Tries to pump it in again against Carrera. Already a minute gone by in the 18th.
We don't see too many fighters using that as their go-to, and yet it is such an effective weapon.
Well, look how she's able to punch at range here, Dave.
Yeah, move back, go with the jab. But the left hooks to the body have already frozen her opponent. But moving in and out, cutting off the ring subtly with a little shuffle step.
Going to work with that left hook to the body. Been a punch that stands out for Stasia Suttles.
Every time she lands it, basically, Carrera is slower to come out of the corner.
Three-punch combo. Starting downstairs, then working her way up. Stasia Suttles in line for her 10th win in her rookie season here for the New York City Attitude.
And you start to think that as you watch her master these fundamentals in different punches, some more stoppages are going to occur for her.
Switched on by Suttles from start to finish here.
Had the look of her right hand. On the fly, she throws the left hook and gets it in.
Another beautiful round of boxing from Stasia Suttles.
This is punitive versatility. On the outside, She shows it there. There's been the signature left hook to the body over these 2 rounds tonight. One thing that's been utterly effective for her, and it sets up other things. There's that left hook to the body again, and you have to react to that so it opens up the right hand to the head, which she almost landed with a big shot.
The winner of round 18 by unanimous decision, from the NYC Attitude, Stasia Suttles. Your score, Philadelphia 174, NYC 167. Round 19 in the featherweight division, Ariel Perez de la Torre. For Philly, Rashina Brown.
We continue with round 19 as Suttles' victory closes the deficit for the Attitude to 7. Rasheen Brown and Ariel Perez de la Torre back in it for a second round. And as Dave and I were discussing before the money rounds began, this is a rematch of the round that produced the only non-10-9 score of the day thus far.
Yeah, and Brown setting it up with so many different looks, and on the 4th look created the knockdown that first time. So many different things that Brown will throw at you. First, as a southpaw here, on the outside with the jab, foot movement. Let's see what the next thing gets settled into. Different distances. And that's how you fire a jab out and bring it back.
Speed consistently on display for Rasheen Brown.
And the speed in bringing it back just as important as the speed in getting that jab hand out there. And there was an example of the uppercut that came off of the look for a jab.
Brown displaying some ring IQ right there. Knows exactly where he is. You know, there are certain points, even when you're not hurt, so to speak, that you want to look for a tie-up. Maybe you're in a bad position, and along the ropes right there, what did Brown do? He just grabbed onto the ropes, kind of locked De La Torre in. That's okay. You're going to have the ref order you to get out, but it provides you a fresh start.
Yeah, you don't get hit. You set up the next opportunity. We saw him go in with a jab and then throw a right hand because of the quick ability to shift. And so, for him, one of his most noteworthy attributes is the quick feet. The jab in a classic form here. Jab from an angle. Smith became a right-hander for a second, landed a jab, and then came back. One of the rare fighters that can really sashay between different styles. This is instinctive. There's no real book for some of the things that Brown is doing here because he's fighting on unique angles and creating some unique spots for him to throw punches from.
Well, for young fighters out there, if you want to learn the ins and outs of making life difficult for your opponents, study this man right here.
Yeah, and a lot of this you cannot teach. Trainer can't impart this in you. A lot of this is what you feel and then what you've done off of the angles and just kind of what you've taught yourself because it has to be done at lightning quick speed.
The winner of round 19 by unanimous decision from Philadelphia, Rasheen Brown. Your score, Philadelphia 184, NYC 176. Our next round is brought to you by Balance of Nature, proud health supplement partner of TCL. Round 20 will be contested in the middleweight division. For NYC, Giovanni Estella. For Philadelphia, Paul Kroll.
There's been 3 split decisions so far today. One of them was this matchup between Estella and Kroll. It came back in round 6. Kroll won the split decision, so the Philadelphia 160-pounder will look for the 2-round sweep over the 24-year-old middleweight out of Orlando.
Whenever you lose a split decision, you come in, the adjustment is to yourself, get busier. Just do a little bit more. You almost won. It was a split. Try to find a little bit more.
Earlier, Brianna Carrera and Stasia Settles tangled for their second round, round 18, and Brianna Carrera is standing with Amelia Moore.
Hey everybody, we're ringside here with Brianna. Just talking a little bit about that redemption, coming back after having a stoppage against Stasia Settles about a month ago, and kind of like that mental preparation, getting back into this point, knowing that you may end up seeing her again. Just kind of talk us through getting back into the ring.
I think mentally it was harder than anything. I'm not trying to take anything away from like a lot of the fighters, but I feel like it was just a one punch and I got caught. And I think mentally it takes a toll on you, and I think more than anything, I'm just a lot better than that, you know, and it's just something that you just got to get over mentally. So you'll definitely see me back, and I'll be a lot better the next time you see me. So.
No, I mean, I couldn't agree more. It was so surprising. I watched the highlights, and somebody was like, hey, and I just thought to myself, like, wait, what? No, there's no way. There must have been a mistake. So things happen. It's boxing. But really, really happy to see you back in the ring, still building your way back. How do you feel? I know you didn't win both of those rounds, but just getting your feet back into it, and you've had a couple fights leading up to this. How do you feel, and like things moving forward, really?
It definitely gave me a lot more confidence. I feel like I need to let my hands go again the way that I used to. I think that's been my biggest problem with the recent fights. I'm not letting my hands go as much as I used to. But I think getting my feet wet today is definitely going to help me a lot more with that. So.
I feel that 100%. I do believe you're a force to be reckoned with. You're a very strong athlete. You're a strong fighter. You're BA. I'm not allowed to swear, so. But you know, appreciate you so much. Thanks for taking the time, and we'll see you again. Thanks, everybody. Back to you.
Yeah, Brianna Carrera is a tough out. Usually not an out, depending on the opponent she's facing. That just speaks to the level that Settles is at here for New York City.
Yeah, she can make you look like you've gone down a notch or two and respond and go out and fight somebody else.
Well, here in round 20, I make the argument that this is probably the most comfortable or confident version of Paul Kroll that we've seen since he started.
Well, you try to parlay a split decision victory, and it gives you a lot of confidence going out the next time. We saw that with Ray Robertson earlier here. What that does to the pep in your step when you've already got one in the bank, and you might just come out and throw a whole lot more with fearlessness. I think the defense here, then shifting to offense. Good positioning right after he shakes off a shot. He still kept himself close.
Ladies and gentlemen, the winner of round 20 by split decision for NYC, Giovanni Estella. Your score, Philadelphia 193, NYC 186. Round 21 in the featherweight division for NYC, Fatima Dudiva. For Philadelphia, Brittany Sims.
All right, so NYC has won 3 of the last 5, but they still need to make a move starting now, Dave, for having a chance at the overall team score here.
and they don't really have the power fighters. So the question is going to be, does anybody change their style? And then, as you get yourself within hailing distance, now here comes the recently reinserted Brittany Sims into the lineup for Philadelphia to make it tough to make a run.
Yeah, Philadelphia with the talent to close it out in a head-to-head battle here with a team like New York City. Sims in the ring right now, waiting in the wings. Kadir Albright, Jesse Hart, and Kajan Nathan. That's how Philadelphia will close out this matchup against the Attitude.
Yeah, so there's some pretty good stacking on the Philadelphia coaching staff to leave some of their top guns to the end.
Oh, beautiful left counter thrown out by Brittany Sims. Defense and then the straight left.
And she nearly caught her walking into a big right hand. After you've been caught with the left hand, the tendency could be, I'm not going to get hit with that one again. And you won't. But the right hand might be right behind that.
Can Sims make it 2 for 2 in her return to the TCL? Went 10-0 last year. Summoned back after Rashidi Ellis was sidelined with that cut. We learned that she needed stitches. She'll be out at least through the regular season finale for Philadelphia. In the meantime, Brittany Sims holding down 126 pounds for Philadelphia, no problem.
And in this fight, bobbing and weaving to get inside. If you cannot throw the jab here, then the fighter can move straight in. And that's what Sims is sensing. Do the bob and weave. There's nothing to stop me. I don't see a jab. I'll come in with some more.
Oh, big left hand. Another knocks down Dunieva. Brittany Sims with the slam in round 21. And that's it. Fight waved off. Brittany Sims in a return to action gets the stoppage.
And this was fight IQ. We talked about a lot of different things, how the jab was not stopping her, and she's looking for different angles. Well, she positioned herself first, and then she threw the double shots. So let's take a look at some of the excellent action by Sims. Tell her opponent is tying up, takes a step back, and scores. Right? What's happening here? 2 quick shots. Opponent turns the head, you make them pay for it. Protect yourself at all times. And that's your opponent being tired, can't quite get the arms up, can't quite get the legs back. And a veteran just makes you pay.
And a good stoppage by the referee. He studied the eyes of Dunieva and immediately waved it off.
Ladies and gentlemen, the winner of round 21 by stoppage, 10-7, from Philadelphia, Brittany Sims. Our next round is brought to you by Serenity Springs Recovery Center, a place of recovery and self-discovery. Round 22 at super welterweight for NYC, Lasha Gugliani. For Philadelphia, Kadir Albright.
So the stoppage win, Dave, for Brittany Sims puts the match out of reach for New York City. And Philadelphia is up to a 10-point lead. Kadir Albright about to go for another round victory over Lasha Gugliani at junior middleweight.
The cream rising to the top with Vegas and then with Philadelphia here. New York had a tough outing with Philadelphia, came in here with expectations, the attitude, but just outgunned. And it's not a matter of fighters underperforming. This is a Philadelphia squad that is just deep and is better. But how about getting Brittany Sims to come back into the lineup and then deliver 2 big wins for you, including stoppage? That's a lot of depth for a team like Philly.
Brittany Sims, we know, is such a talented fighter. And you heard her talk to Amelia, it was either Philadelphia or nobody. And a spot opens up, an opportunity is presented to her here. She's obviously taking advantage of it. What a luxury it is for the Smoke that she remains loyal.
Yes, yes, it's like picking up somebody back at the trade deadline, although there isn't really one here. But yeah, late in the season, to get an addition like this is terrific for this team.
This is a New York City team, meanwhile, that started the year 0-3. They needed a win here and to continue winning in their regular season finale against Houston on July 11th, but a win for Philadelphia, which is now just rounds away. It could prove to be extremely detrimental to New York City's postseason hopes as Albright lands a couple of quadrily right hands that stumble Gergigliani.
Yes, New York will be scoreboard watching and hoping that they can figure out some mathematics to get involved, to get that final spot. But in the meantime, we're seeing a Philly team that has responded with resolve after the loss to Las Vegas last week. It's important to note because we've seen teams rise up and then when they hit the wall, they stay going down, and not Philly.
Gergigliani taking advantage of a slippage in a moment for Kadir Albright on defense, landing some quality shots. Kadir regaining his footing. But from that team aspect, that matchup with Las Vegas, the referee brings the two fighters together. I don't know how indicative it was of the talent level between Vegas and Philadelphia. I think it was much closer than what the score represented.
Now, that's a question.
Oh, right hand by Albright sends Lasha to the floor, and Kadir Albright pouring it on for Philadelphia here in the latter stages of the money rounds.
That's a question that will be answered in August, but the answer for right now is that this team bounced back with its own attitude.
Kadir Albright punctuating a Sunday performance from the defending champs.
And Gergigliani was fighting well, but you have to fight all the way through. And one moment in time can wipe out everything else. You just got beaten to it.
That's a tough fighter to put down. Kadir Albright scoring extra points for his team.
Ladies and gentlemen, round 22 by unanimous decision, 10-8 for Philadelphia, Kadir Albright. Round 23 of the money rounds is brought to you by Events Ticket Center. Don't just watch it, experience it live with Events Ticket Center. Round 23 at light heavyweight for NYC, Isaac Carbonell. For Philadelphia, Jesse Hollywood Hart.
Round 23, Isaac Carbonell, Jesse Hart. They squared off in round 14. Hart came away with the victory. After an afternoon, Dave, where we went from round 3 to round 20 without any knockdowns. We got 2 consecutive rounds with a lot of action that results in extra points for Philadelphia.
And some of the fireworks that we had expected coming in, that we would have a few 10-8 rounds, and we're getting them here in the money rounds. So this is just a locomotive type effort right now by the Smoke. It built a little bit in the launch rounds, more momentum in the middle rounds, and now this put-away kick.
Jesse Hart in round 14 in the middle rounds. His defense, more than anything, probably won him that round over Isaac Carbonell. And we're seeing a continuation of that in the 23rd.
We talked about that and had the replay of all the punches missing him. It wasn't so much a matter of what got in, but what did not get in that fight. And that's a fighter with a split-second appreciation for knowing to move the head this way, bob the head this way, get out of the jab here, and stay within a small space so that you can still fight.
We are being told that a hand injury to Philly heavyweight Kanja Nathan is going to keep him out of round 24, and with that, round 24 will be scratched. So Bryce Taylor for New York City will be awarded the victory. That's not a knockdown. Carbonell stumbled forward, lost his footing. We're on a replay of that jab from Jesse Hart did land in conjunction with him moving forward.
Very significant to see whether a punch is landed at the time a fighter is falling, because we've seen many borderline situations, and it's just an interpretation as to whether a punch is being landed at the same time.
Yeah, both can happen at the same time, but if you miss the punch, then it's a missed call.
Yes. And we've seen many situations that look oh so close as to whether a punch really got in.
Final 20 seconds of round 23. Philadelphia with a double-digit lead to close this one out at home. They'll be back in action for the final time in the regular season on July 12th against Nashville. But here, they bounce back in beautiful fashion. And they'll improve to 6-1 after waxing New York City. So we'll get the judge's decision on this one in round 23. Also make the scratch of round 24 official. We'll get our final score.
The caption for
Ladies
Philadelphia
and gentlemen, the winner of round 23
oh, yeah?
by split decision.
Look at us.
It goes to NYC's Isaac Carbonell. Round 24 for Philadelphia. Kanja Nathan unable to continue. Therefore, the round is awarded to Bryce Taylor via 10-7. That'll conclude this matchup. Your score, Philadelphia 229, NYC 221.
The Philadelphia Smoke improved to 6-1, fresh off their first defeat last weekend to Vegas. Some heavy hitters, some replacements rise to the challenge. And Philadelphia smoking out New York City in Newtown, 229-221, the final.
They say it's the loneliest sport. No teammate to pass to, nowhere to hide. Just you and the silence. To survive here, you must evolve. To win, you must become something more. Because now, one fighter ignites the team. One heart unites the city.
The lords must all be in agreement. Aye! We ride at dawn!
Cool story.
I've got tickets to a concert next weekend. Do you want to come? I got great seats on Event Ticket Center.
I would like that.
Don't have a weekend like Gary's. Instead, get tickets to your favorite sports, concerts, and shows with Event Ticket Center.
They say it's the loneliest sport. No teammate to pass to, nowhere to hide. Just you and the silence. To survive here, you must evolve. To win, you must become something more. Because now, one fighter ignites the team. One heart unites the city.
TCL Team Boxing League is brought to you by Climax Moonshine Fire number 32, a drink not only made to tingle your senses with hot cinnamon flavor, but also made to pay tribute to firefighters all across America. This drink will put a kick in your step with its bold, hot smoothness. Philly wins it by 8. Let's take a look at our Fire number 32 knockdown of the night, Dave.
That's right, Rashid. Downtown Brown. Down you go in round number 2 after a sweet exhibition. The right hook sends down De La Torre, sending out Philadelphia at that time to a bigger lead. He did everything in this night. Great movement, and the right hook sends the knockdown of the night.
Rasheed Brown, a 2-round fighter and a 2-round winner on this afternoon in Philly. Let's go back inside the ring with Ray Flores.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's have a round of applause for these two teams, NYC and Philadelphia. Your round of the night, round 4, Darius Jackson and Hendry Cedeno. Your third star of the night, from NYC, Stasia Santos. Your second star of the night, from Philadelphia, Rasheed Brown. And your first star of the night, from the defending TCL champion, Philadelphia Smoke, Brittany Sims.
Rasheed, let's talk about this matrix-style footwork that you've got. You are beautiful in the ring. I know everybody watching it's just a joy to watch you fight, man. Tell me about that first. You had that first knockdown and then just continued straight through. Tell me about that first round.
That first round, I go in. I really was just looking for any openings he showed me. I already knew he won on my level. I just basically worked off everything he was doing, and he made it easy for me.
And going into that second round, it was pretty clear you were just having a good time, man. You found your spacing, your timing, your speed, your footwork. It just looked beautiful.
Yeah, it was the same thing. Second round, I told my coach over there, I said, no, I'm going for the stoppage. He said I would have been the first person in the league to gain 5 points if I would have got a 10-8 round and a 10-7 round. But when I got in there, I fight off how I'm feeling. I went in there, I just wanted to have fun. And I just made it look easy again.
Absolutely. Don't push it, don't force it, just make it look beautiful. Well, you look fantastic tonight, I swear.
Appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you, everybody, for coming out. Thank y'all.
Coming over to here, Miss Sims, absolute force to be reckoned with. I knew tonight was going to be a special night for you. Why I wanted to speak to you earlier. You really controlled the distance very well and then came in with that power. What were you seeing when you saw the shot, or did it just come off fluidly?
In my team that I work with in Yo's boxing gym, we really work off of our angles. So when I saw that angle, I knew I had to attack, because once we hit that angle, we need to attack. And I'm just so happy to be back on the Philly Smoke team, Philly Smoke. And I'm excited. It feels good to be with my teammates.
Absolutely, you can hear him cheering you on. I love the love from all you guys. Congratulations, you had such a beautiful night tonight and bringing in all those points for your team. Great job, Philly.
Thank you so much.
Coach Kane. Well. Securing spot 2, spring second for going into the playoffs. That must feel really, really good. You have one more fight next week. Really just cruising it out. What are your thoughts going into playoffs?
We're going to win like we did last year.
Why did I know that was going to say? Actually, Dewey already called it.
Win.
That's right, defending champs coming in like just Mack trucks right now and just plowing everybody over.
Yeah. Wait till we see Vegas again. That's all I got to say.
Vegas, you've been warned. Great work tonight, guys. Have a great celebration. Anything else you'd like to say?
Win.
Right back to you guys. Have a great night.
Thank you so much, Amelia. Bob Kane has one thing on the mind, it seems. That's Vegas. That's redemption against the undefeated Hustle.
It's good to get something out of him. The loquacious Bob Kane. He's good to get that short answer and to summarize. And that's how he's been all year. He said, we're going to do our job. We're going to do our job. We're going to win. And now it's Vegas. Always something to shoot for from this team. And I like how they stay on an even keel because, you know what? This team dominated tonight. It was a great performance by this Philadelphia team. This is how you want a team that has been beaten to bounce back and to show their elite quality and characteristics. That is exactly what he did. And, and then he was low-key at the end of it. Like, okay, Vegas.
Yeah, let's... The cool thing about what we saw from Philadelphia, able to bounce back in this fashion, like you mentioned, even-keeled. They've been here before. They don't get rattled. And also, in the face of adversity stemming from last week, what do? They fill in with Brittany Sims, and it's a seamless transition for the loss of Rashidi Ellis. And there were plenty of highlights on the air for Philadelphia. Let's take you through all of them here. The balance of nature highlights. From launch to money we go in the launch rounds, round number 2. As Dave highlighted moments ago, Rasheed Brown, the second star of the night. He wanted that 5-point earning potential, but he's only to come away with a single point in his second rematch. Still a terrific performance by Brown. And then here, Ray Robertson and Philip Stankovic going at it in round 7. This was exciting.
It was, and it was a split decision there for Ray Robertson, and then came back in what I thought was the round of the night myself, round 13. He was phenomenal in those middle rounds.
We will see action from round 13, but before we do, let's watch Stasha Settles in round 11. She was named 3rd star of the night as she outpointed and outboxed Brianna Carrera in both of her rounds. And it's the return of Robinson and Stankovic. Really a well-even matchup between two fighters that make up, I guess you could say, the supporting cast of their respective clubs. And this was a good, I know Robinson won the first time. This was a good bounce-back performance for him to leave no doubt.
My favorite round of the night because it showed how much he adjusted off of round 7, which was also excellent.
And when you talk about extra points, how about Brittany Sims? Cherry on top. Double barrel action right there with that left hand. Stopping Fatima Dudieva in her tracks in her return to the TCL. She picks up a 10-7 stoppage. Biggest point performance of the night. Very next round, Kadir Albright makes it curtains for New York City.
Yeah, and this is against one of the better fighters for New York. So Philadelphia just... I love the progression going all the way through with this team. Nice, kind of got the bad fight out of their system in the launch rounds. Middle rounds picked up steam, and then this team was a juggernaut in the money rounds. And this is how you like to see a team come back. Little by little, break out the fundamentals, and then come out strong. And how about Sims? Last week you're not there. Welcome back. #1 star.
So Philadelphia improves to 6-1. New York City, meanwhile, dropping to 2-5. Still, New York City does have a shot at the postseason. Their season finale comes up against winless Houston. And of the teams bunched up, we're going to show you the standings in a little bit, but of the teams bunched up right there, New York City, I guess, has the most favorable path to a third win to try and grab one of those lower seeds.
They have a good path to a third win, and then it becomes a matter of the arithmetic. This would have been a great bonus for New York, but yet they have to go back for this and say, well, it's not like we were close to winning anyway. The 8 points is a deceptive margin. It was really more than that for Philadelphia. But if they get that last win, I've been saying that some 3-team win could get that 8 spot. Who will it be?
All right, let's take a look at the standings right now. The latest version of the TCL Team Boxing League standings, as you see, Philadelphia now firmly entrenched in that 2 seed at 6-1. And here's what we're talking about. New York City at 2-5. If some of those 3-win teams stay put at 3 wins, New York City certainly has a chance because of their point differential versus some of the other teams. But like we mentioned, they have the most favorable matchup to close out the regular season, taking on Houston. So it's right there in front of New York City.
They have Houston. LA has to go into Dallas, which is a great performance here tonight, but they still have to go into Dallas to try to get win number 4. And so they're there. And Boston, well, we're going to see them coming up real soon. So we'll have a lot to say about New York with what happens in our next show.
Yeah, coming up, When we return here from Newtown, we're going to see one of those other 3-win teams in Boston. They have a chance to solidify their playoff positioning. They need a win. They're essentially in. That's the case as the Boston Butchers take on the San Antonio Snipers from Newtown Athletic Center. It is coming up next as our Sunday doubleheader continues here on Merit TV. So I think the biggest takeaway from our first matchup of the day, Philadelphia is for real. We didn't have any doubt that that was the case, but they responded well off their first defeat in well over a calendar year. And I think we could see, if the chalk plays out, Philadelphia, Las Vegas, if they meet, I think it could be tighter than a 9-point win that we saw from Vegas last week.
It probably will be, and the good thing you'd like to see from Philly, you get slapped in the face, and you come and slap the situation back.
Philly wins in big fashion. We're going to take a quick break. We'll come back with San Antonio and Boston. More TCL action to come.
They say it's the loneliest sport. No teammates to pass to, nowhere to hide. Just you and the silence. To survive here, you must evolve. To win, you must become something more. Because now, one fighter ignites the team. One heart unites the city.
I'm here today because I have something to prove.
There's no backing down. I gotta fight.
They're gonna be so scared, and I would be scared of me too.
You hit us once, we hit you 2 times. You hit us 3, we hit you 4.
I want to fight the best. I don't care who's in front of me. I'll fight the best.
You gotta like the heat. I love the heat.
I want to make a name for myself. I want to be somebody.
Somebody might get dropped. Somebody might get knocked out.
TCL Team Boxing League.
My name is Ronald Ellis, a.k.a. Pretty Boy, and I fight for New York City Attitude. I'm from Fallsburg, New York. I have 3 little sisters, and as growing up, we were very energetic, so my dad got me into boxing.
From the New York City Attitude, Ryan Zempoaltecatl.
I was always an athlete growing up. I did football, cross country, soccer, basketball. Well, I did boxing because boxing is a solo sport, you know. You don't gotta put the blame on anyone else but yourself, you know. It's just solo sport. You got no one to blame but yourself. That's it. When I was 3, my dad put the gloves on me. My dad definitely knew I was gonna be a boxer because I love to punch, so he bought me a pair of boxing gloves. Particularly Spider-Man gloves, so I started punching him, and ever since then, here I am now. When I become a world champion, I get to look back and say, this is what I dreamed of. My parents sacrificed a lot to get to where I'm at right now. It's a lot of things in boxing, you know, there's a lot of discipline, a lot of things you don't see in a scene, such as the weight cutting, the discipline, the sacrifices. You can't be going out like that. I don't want to be the next nobody. I want to be Ryan Zempoaltecatl.
From the New York City Attitude, Ryan Pretty Boy Zempoaltecatl.
Well, it's not often you get some of the sweet science to go along with dinner, but that's what we have for you coming from the Valley of the Sun. First up, it is the undefeated Las Vegas Hustle taking on the Los Angeles Elite. All right, a pair of featherweights going out of here.
I am one of 3 girls. I started boxing when I was 16 years old. I was the only girl in my gym. I grew up sparring the boys, and I kept up with them.
Good connect from Lizette Lopez.
She's pretty sharp with that left hand. Good movement, and she's got more speed.
I was fortunate enough to not see it as a male-dominated sport, even though I was in the gym full of guys, so that gave me enough motivation.
And now they are going back and forth. This is really entertaining to open up the middle rounds. Cardenas with some power shots. Lopez.
We're here for the long run, that's for sure.
Graham, in his 3rd season, he's been one of the top performers in the TCL's existence.
My name is AJ Graham, and I'm fighting for the Dallas Enforcers. I always love competitive fighting. My very first fight, I knocked the kid out the second round, and he couldn't touch me. Everybody thinks they can fight until they meet someone that's better.
I gotta give a lot of credit to AJ Graham. This is a guy that has 30 professional fights in regular boxing. Nothing replaces flying hours.
Footwork is everything in boxing. It gets you out of danger. It puts you in position to hurt people. Footwork is key. Boxing will expose you to yourself. Boxing is not just fighting, in the ring at that moment. It's also living the lifestyle outside of it, which I like to say 99% of boxers don't do. They go out and they party, or they're distracted with their girlfriend or boyfriend. Everyone thinks they're working hard until they meet somebody that works harder, or until they actually have to work hard. I really enjoy TCL. It fits my style perfectly because I'm a very exciting fighter. I like to fight. I like to get the fight going right away. A lot of people, they like to feel you out, but me, we're fighting right away. And that's what I like about TCL. It forces you to fight. You only got 3 minutes to win the round. We need exciting fighters.
My name's Corey Cad. I'm from San Antonio, and I'm representing the San Antonio Snipers. I started boxing as soon as I got out of prison, because when I was 18, I went to prison. I got sentenced to 11 years. Prison just taught me to reevaluate myself and use that negative energy in a positive way. I know my story is kind of motivating to the youth because they could see myself in them, so I even go back to the schools talking to them, and they kind of like take it from me because they could see myself in them, oh, he come from there. When I first started boxing, I kind of went away from that savage side and was just like working on boxing, but I caught myself being a little too soft. It's a fine balance, just like life, everything's balanced. I bring that raw, savage, but I also know how to box too. So, I'm bringing that dog. You know with me, it's gonna be a fight regardless.
Every fight, extremely important from here on out. The taller fighter, the more rangy fighter is Cad.
Hands up, Corey, right there.
But he looked off balance last time. But he connects well with those 3 right hands.
Go, Corey, go!
Tell you what, the crowd is really motivated the San Antonio team.
They're on their feet now for San Antonio here.
Cad is going for broke. Khalid's got to be smart. I believe he just got rocked.
He's still taking shots going in.
I got my son with me right now. Look, I just throw him out there. Look, you're gonna learn the hard way, but you're gonna learn quick, but we're gonna be smart about it. For me, that motivates me even more too. I make sure that he stay on the right track and he's doing everything that he needs to do. And as everybody knows that you can't play boxing, so it's either all in or find something else to do.
That landed.
Oh, good body shot, Corey.
And another tie-up, and both guys go down.
Oh, that hurt him.
Boxing is back.
I'm from Honolulu, Hawaii. I grew up in the ghetto area, but boxing, it kept me in check. My dad tried to keep me away from that. My boxing coach, he passed away. It was very tough because he was like a second father figure. I feel like he watches over me every day and I'm able to keep going.
Every round tells a story. Every team carries a city. Follow Shara May and the Philadelphia Smoke as they begin their march for the title. Weekends on Merit TV.
Tariffs, inflation, fear of recession. How do you make sense of all this economic uncertainty? To start, every one of you needs this free precious metals guide from Preserve Gold. This isn't some generic sales pamphlet. It's a clear, easy-to-read roadmap that explains exactly how to protect your savings with gold and other time-tested metals. Now, I'm not saying you need to buy gold. Gold isn't for everyone. But you do need to educate yourself so you can make the best decision for you and your family. You won't find this guide in stores. It's not online, and it's only available by calling right now. Call 844-407-6375 or text Phil to 50505 to get your free, no-obligation guide from Preserve Gold. Call now. You'll be glad you did.
My name is Dr. Robertson, better known as Dr. Giant or just Doc, and I'm fighting for the Atlanta Attack. Sometimes in the ring, time just slows down. It's like everything. Once you throw a jab, it's like an after image, man. You can see everything in slow motion.
Big Soto and Dr. Robinson. Robinson coming out super aggressive. The taller fighter letting his hands go, attacking the body, right hand upstairs from Dr. Robinson. Big Soto against the ropes, got to get off of that. Finally does.
It's just like chess.
Robinson keeps attacking.
Oh, nice jab by Robinson.
Yeah, that long jab that he's got.
Pushing him off, trying to create room.
Good work from Dr. Robinson.
The thing that I love about it a lot is you still get to keep like the individual aspect of like you handling your business, doing your round, but you still got people on the sidelines like showing love for you, cheering you on, making sure you do the right thing.
Both fighters going on the body. Tight, close fight, a lot of inside work.
Robinson's good hook from Dr. Robinson.
Every time
another
Robinson,
good hook.
For someone that's never seen me fight in a ring before, they can expect to see someone who's very crafty, switch hitting, not afraid to get dirty. I actually love to get dirty, man.
We leave it up to the judges.
Final seconds of the round. Robinson, Big Soto, heck of a round tonight. Woo!
Here we see back and forth action by Robertson and Big Soto. They we see Big Soto going to the body, Robinson coming back. Hell of a round.
My name is Melissa Parker for the Houston Hitmen team. So growing up in New York, I come from a different era than now. You get a lot of these fighters and people that talk their smack and think there's no consequences. Where I'm from, you say something, you're gonna have to deal with it. I still carry that dog in me. So I'm not just a boxer, I'm a fighter.
Get her out of there, man. Oh! There you go. There you go. Just working it. Head. Head. Oh my goodness. Melissa Parker is unleashing.
I served in 2 branches of the military. I served both in the Marines and the Army. In the military, it helped me calm down and learn discipline. The military taught me that not only are there either rewards or consequences for your actions, but every decision you make, it has to be for a reason. Before I joined the military, I was extremely hard-headed. I was a bulldog. It's my way or no way. And joining the military was an eye-opener. I had to fall in line. We're almost like a family with Team Combat League because we're training together, we're fighting together, and we're completely in it together.
Austin Dulé with the Nashville Smash. TCL, format, you got to go to work. There's no time to fill out and fill around with your opponent. You got to, right as soon as the bell rings, you got to go. You only got one round to make your, leave your mark, so you got to go after it.
After a big left hand landed by Dulé, Dulé senses it, and he's trying to go to work. Win is hanging on. Dulé's had enough.
You also have to play kind of smart because there's still science behind it, so you got to be able to box and fight.
Dulé in the white trunks with the yellow trim. And Dulé has found his mark more often here.
I always loved boxing, being around. My dad wanted to fight when he was younger, and I did judo and jiu-jitsu before boxing, and I won state in it. And originally, MMA was the goal, but once I started boxing, I fell in love with the science behind boxing, and that's where I've been ever since.
29-year-old Austin Dulé, the dream, the southpaw. From Dulé lands flush. Doctor's answering back.
You're watching TCL Team Boxing on Merit TV.
here today because I have something to prove.
There's no backing down. I gotta fight.
They're gonna be so scared, and I would be scared of me too.
You hit us once, we hit you 2 times. You hit us 3, we hit you 4. I want to fight the best. I don't care who's in front of me, I'll fight the best.
You gotta like the heat. I love the heat.
I want to make a name for myself. I want to be somebody.
Somebody might get dropped. Somebody might get knocked out.
TCL Team Boxing League.
Summer Sunday, the sun slowly setting in the city of brotherly love, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, a neutral setting for 2 postseason starved teams here in TCL Team Boxing League. Merit TV presents the second half of our Sunday doubleheader. It's the Boston Butchers and the San Antonio Snipers. Hi again, everybody. Welcome inside our Merit TV Sports Studios. Along with Dave Bontempo, I'm Justin Shackle. We have Boston, we have San Antonio. We have 2 teams trying to clinch a playoff berth. For Boston, it's simple. Win and they're in. For San Antonio, well, they need a victory tonight and some help along the way. Bottom line, win or go home for both these teams.
Yeah, and Boston coming in here in a very good situation. This is a team that's been hot and racking up victories, and they're doing it in a way where they outpoint teams. They don't do it with a lot of knockouts. This is a team that has been using boxing fundamentals. They've gotten onto a nice run, and they can get themselves a playoff spot here. For San Antonio, this is a team that's been ravaged by injuries and also some lack of opponents being set up. So they're going to have to take the it's us against the world approach today, and that is what Coach A.C. Bryant has told me they're going to try to do.
San Antonio at 2-5. They stubbed their toe in their last meeting against Nashville. As we take a look at some of the action from that fight, they lost by 1. This is a team, as we take a look at the work of Jarvis Shepard, who won 6 of the first 8 rounds in the launch rounds, and then they won 5 rounds the rest of the way. Jarvis Shepard picking up a victory, though, and when he has been in the lineup, he has been a bright spot for the Snipers team. Problem is, like you mentioned, health has been San Antonio this year.
Yeah, and he's not in the lineup here. Corey Tad is, as he's had a couple of good performances, both winning and tough losing efforts, but he has been a rock for this San Antonio team.
So like we mentioned, San Antonio needs to win here today. They'll also need some help because this is their regular season finale. So if they pick up a victory, they're going to be watching closely on July 11th, July 12th, see how the action shakes out with a team maybe like New York City, who we saw just drop their match to the defending champ Philadelphia Smoke. But for Boston, very simple. Win and you're in.
And it's a great situation for that team to be in because of a slow start, some very tough losses. Like you look at San Antonio, a couple of 1-point losses. Not much separating a lot of these teams. It's just when you face them. And right now for Boston facing San Antonio at this time, it is advantageous for them.
Yeah, Boston coming in at 3-4. They control their own destiny. They stepped up and they took care of business against Miami last time out. A 2-point victory for the Butchers. It was tied at 150 ahead of the money rounds, and then Boston won 5 of the final 8 rounds. As you take a look at some of the work done by Jaye Brown, 2-round fighter, a consistent winner in this Boston lineup. This is the action that we saw against New York City as Jaye Brown dropped Giovanni Estella, and then Deontay Brown going 2 for 2 in the rounds that he fought against Sherbek Rockpatulia.
Yeah, and that was a good guy he beat in Rockpatulia of helping Boston get to a victory. And that was a nice pivotal victory for them because they were 2 teams in an exact similar situation in the entire platform. So it's like you guys are both right around the same spot, beat the team in front of you.
There's a look at the playoff standings. Here at the moment, you have Boston again at 3-4. You try to get to 4 wins, that's pretty much going to lock in your spot for the playoffs. San Antonio, though, could be a 3-win playoff team if it all shakes out for them. As we take a look at rounds 1 through 8, it is the launch round phase. Rookie of the Year contender Jury Rodriguez will start it off against Boston's newcomer Taylor Robertson. Also, you have Jaye Brown taking on San Antonio's veteran Charles Gardner as well. First 8 rounds, which round you eyeing?
Garner and Brown, really a good one. A rematch from their days in the Golden Gloves. So now they get to meet each other here in this situation. And you always like to see what type of an adjustment are these fighters making. You fight somebody a little while back, maybe in the amateurs, you go to the pros. Who's made the adjustments? Who likes to be the power puncher? Who can do it in a situation for their team? So I'm kind of a little intrigued about how that one's going to look.
So Jaye Brown in action for 2 rounds here today against Charles Gardner as well. Let's go to the third member of our broadcast crew who is standing ringside in Newtown, PA, actually standing in the ring, Amelia Moore. And I tell you what, once these fighters get in the ring, we know there's a whole lot of urgency on the line. And the beautiful concept of TCL Team Boxing League is the team. It's unique in sport. It's unique in boxing. So with so much on the line, what is being said behind the curtain as these fighters get ready to make their ring walk, Amelia?
So much urgency, but also, I mean, especially with Boston right now, if they secure the win tonight, they will secure possibly the 6th seed. So there's so much on the line right now to be able to secure that playoff position. And in the event, always know that even to the last bell, you have got to just go in there and perform your absolute best. Do not go in there with a defeatist mentality, no matter what team you're part of and what's happened in the past, because there's still that opportunity to get into the playoff all-star team. So we really, I think people forget about this extra aspect that TCL brings about. Yes, the playoffs are super special. However, all-star team, chance to keep competing, chance to continue to get exposure and experience, chance to continue to make money as an athlete. So I would say that no matter what, pushing it to the end and the very last bell is always your biggest job.
End of the day, it is prize fighting. Amelia, thanks so much. We'll talk to you as we get started with the launch rounds between Boston and San Antonio. We'll take our first break, and when we return, the ring walks for San Antonio and Boston. First 8 rounds coming up with the playoff hopes on the line for both squads. Boxing, team style, coming up next.
I got charged for a stolen vehicle.
Do time in jail, go behind bars to witness the unfiltered reality of life on the inside.
Don't say I didn't warn you.
Seriously? Oh, God.
Things can get serious real fast.
Then it's the ultimate showdown on the streets.
Let me see your hands right now.
Cops Reloaded.
Get on the ground.
Hosted by Dr. Phil, Nancy Grace, and Lonnie Coombs.
You won't want to miss it.
Jail and Cops Reloaded. Weekdays starting at 3:30 Eastern on Dr. Phil's Merit TV.
I'll take balance of nature until the day I die. I really like the fact that Balance of Nature has the ingredients that I enjoy for my own physical benefit. You definitely notice a difference when you take it versus when you don't. It certainly makes me feel more alive.
Get 35% off your first set as a preferred customer with free shipping and our money-back guarantee. Claim this offer by using discount code FIGHT.
The lords must all be in agreement. Aye. We ride at dawn.
Cool story.
I've got tickets to a concert next weekend. Do you want to come? I got great seats on Event Ticket Center.
I would like that.
Don't have a weekend like Gary's. Instead, get tickets to your favorite sports, concerts, and shows with Event Ticket Center.
Balance of Nature is a proud partner of TCL Team Boxing League, and as a preferred customer, get 35% off your first set when you use code FIGHT. Go to balanceofnature.com or call today. It's the 2-5 San Antonio Snipers, the 3-4 Boston Butchers. Playoffs on the line for both squads. Let's go inside the ring and meet the fighters. Here's Ray Flores.
Ladies
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Newtown Athletic Center for Team Combat League. A big thank you goes out to Executive Director Ed Kunkel and the Pennsylvania State Athletic Commission for hosting tonight's event. Also, a big thank you to our fine sponsors. Climax Moonshine Fire number 32, known to bring the heat. Also, Balance of Nature, proud health supplement partner of TCL. Along with Serenity Springs Recovery Center, a place of recovery and self-discovery. Event Ticket Center. Don't just watch it, experience it live with Event Ticket Center. Tickets to the best seats in the house to all of your favorite events. And Dr. Phil's Merit TV. And now, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the San Antonio Snipers.
Sun don't shine when it's wicked. I just need me a ticket for the money train on Peaceful Lane. All you gotta do is believe. All you gotta do is believe. All you gotta do is believe.
There you see the 2 and 5 San Antonio Snipers. They've been riddled with injuries throughout 2025. They're not using it as an excuse. They knew they had to run the table down the stretch to try and qualify for the postseason. Again, slipped up against Nashville, lost by 1 point. Still, despite not being able to fully control their destiny, they know that they need to win here to at least have a chance.
2 one-point losses, that one and also the one against Phoenix early in the year. And you look back and some of these things come back to bite you, but at least you can't ask for more. It's all in front of you.
Coach of the San Antonio Snipers, from retired U.S. Army Master Sergeant with 3 tours of duty in combat, the San Antonio Snipers, A.C. Bryant. Bantamweight, Juria Rodriguez. Featherweight, Liana Calderon. Lightweight, Frenzy El Holden Saya. Welterweight, Eric Lanzas. Welterweight, Charles Garner. Super welterweight, Tracy Magruder. Former Texas light heavyweight champion, middleweight, Corey Snapback Cad. Heavyweight, Glenn Williams. Featherweight, Janisha Indira Morendin. Super middleweight, Malik Calhoun. Light heavyweight, Frankie Solomon Jr. Cruiserweight, Adriana Taylor. And the heavyweight for the San Antonio Snipers, Leonardo Minor. And now, TCL fans, let's welcome the Boston Butchers.
Stand up. No quit till that bell ring. All my life I had to win. Give everything
there you see the Boston Butchers coming in at 3 and 4. It is no simpler than the cliche statement of winning you're in for this Boston Butcher team.
Playoffs have begun.
They need it. They won over Miami last time out by 2. And in order to just have a chance, right now, as you heard Amelia talk about it before, as it stands at the moment, they are the 6th seed. They can lock in their spot with a victory here over a 2-win San Antonio squad.
All I need is 1 round, punches like a gun sound. You can not withstand what
the head coach of the Boston Butchers, former Team USA Olympic boxing coach, Mark Gargaro. Bantamweight, Taylor Robertson. Featherweight Brandy Robinson. Former WBA, NABA Super Featherweight Champion, lightweight Abraham Nova. Welterweight Mike Kimball. Welterweight Jaye Golden Child Brown. Super welterweight Michael Fontanez. Middleweight Rashidi Speedy Ellis. Heavyweight Skylar Lacey. Featherweight Camila Panetta. Lightweight Deontay Brown. Super middleweight Ronald Ellis. Light heavyweight Stephen the Savage Sumter. Cruiserweight Michael Hilton. And the final heavyweight for the Boston Butchers is Michael Coffey. Ladies and gentlemen, it is now time to begin the launch rounds between San Antonio and Boston. First up for the San Antonio Snipers, it is Juri Rodriguez. For the Boston Butchers, Taylor Robertson.
There you see Juri Rodriguez, a potential Rookie of the Year winner here in TCL Team Boxing League against the 26-year-old Taylor Robertson, originally from Brisbane, now a native, or a resident rather, of South Florida, a newcomer within the last month for Boston. As we get going here at 118 pounds.
And this was a big one for San Antonio. This is one of their stalwart performers. They're relying on points from Juri Rodriguez. So with Latia Williams not being in the lineup tonight, a lot more falls on her.
Dave, I never thought I would say this when it comes to boxing indoors, but look, the sun is setting. We're in the early evening. There are noticeable streaks of sunshine in the middle of the ring. You know, you enter shadows, you come through sunlight. Could that be another obstacle that a fighter has to worry about here?
Yes, it could be, especially since you're not used to it all the time. And, you know, it becomes something where, you know, those outdoor fights in Vegas, these things pop up now and then. So basically, you almost have to look at the sunlight in the middle as maybe like the corner. Stay out of it.
It would be next level ring IQ if a fighter was able to position their opponent to stand in the shadows while they throw in the sunshine.
Well, they might.
Well, Juri Rodriguez, 9-1 in her first season. She's won 7 straight. Let's take a closer look at the body of work she's put together here in 2025, but just overall, as an accomplished amateur, she is obviously the Rookie of the Year candidate here in TCL, 10-time USA Boxing National Champion, won the gold at the Junior Pan Ams, native of Hawaii, or beg your pardon, a native of Houston. Thinking of another impressive young stalwart here in the TCL who we saw moments earlier in Shira May Patricio. But they have been rock solid at bantam. There's so much bantamweight talent in this league.
Yeah, and there's a lot of, we're seeing the women get on hot streaks, whether that's Suttles, Juri Rodriguez has a very good record here. And getting not only their teams, but the entire event off to a good start. Interesting matchups. There's a right hand by Rodriguez just behind the jab that missed.
Only Alexis Moniz has defeated Rodriguez, and then Juri came back to beat her the last time they faced one another. I would have to say Taylor Robertson is giving her a pretty tough test here in round 1.
She is. The height and the reach to her advantage. Robertson herself is a fighter that's been improving steadily.
after today, 4 of Robertson's first 6 matches in this league will have been scheduled against Julie Rodriguez and Christina Cruz.
Welcome to the TCL. And what it does is it makes you better, fighting the better fighters. There was a good right hand by Rodriguez, and Robertson was on her the whole time.
Ladies and gentlemen, the winner of round 1 by unanimous decision, San Antonio's Julia Rodriguez. Our next round is brought to you by Climax Moonshine, buyer number 32, known to bring the heat. It'll be contested in the featherweight division for San Antonio, Leanna Calderon. For Boston, Brandy Robinson.
You know, Dave, often when we have fighters competing against one another in 2 rounds, we often discuss what type of adjustments the losing fighter has to make. I think more than ever, that was a close round in my book, and I'm really intrigued to see what Robertson can come out and do in round 17 against Drew.
And they may tell her, your style was effective. Stay with that style. If you could be a little bit more accurate, you can win that next one. It's just a matter of the execution, feeling a little bit more comfortable, where you throw the punches from. But that type of aggression will be rewarded. Otherwise, Rodriguez could have boxed and moved and glided. He didn't let her glide.
Don't do that, okay?
This is round 2 between Leanne Calderon and Brandy Robinson, 2 126-pounders. Robinson is 4-3. She's won 2 in a row. Took down Miami's Anna Maria Verbeek last weekend. And for Leanne Calderon at 37 years of age, out of Austin, Texas, she split a pair of rounds over Kenesha Johnson last weekend.
Calderon has to stalk here.
Dave, I would say this is where the head-to-head matchups are won. We're talking about the overall team score. We're talking about what's on the line. It's rounds like this where you have 2 fighters who maybe have been inconsistent this season, running in line with the overall theme of their teams. One of these fighters has to step up.
And even within all of that, we've got the concept, that 50-50 concept, sitting right in front of us. You've got Boston fighter outside, trying to move laterally, but not getting close enough to punch. And you've got Calderon trying to cut off the ring and being just a step short. Somebody is going to get over that hump. Robinson has been moving. When she moves, she's not punching. She's too far out of punching range when she is moving, and so her punches are awkward. And on the other side, for Calderon, it's been difficult to get close. You have to risk something to get inside. Robinson is trying to stick and move, but the punches have been short. So it will be interesting to see if the judges view that as aggression or ineffective aggression. And meanwhile, this is some of Calderon's best work at the end of the round. Here's how Calderon got in and landed her best shot in the final seconds as she got her opponent coming right to her. Slipped one and then dropped one.
Probably her most effective land of the round.
Not a lot for the judges to choose from in that round.
Ladies and gentlemen, the winner of round 2 by unanimous decision, Boston's Brandy Robinson. We are tied at 19 apiece. Round 3 in the lightweight division. For San Antonio, Francie Fortuantu Saya. For Boston, Abraham Nova.
So Boston and San Antonio splitting the first 2 rounds. Abraham Nova at 135 pounds, getting inside the ring with Frenchie Fortunato Saya. Amelia Moore, third member of our broadcast crew. And Amelia, Dave and I were talking about how this early start to this event, it's coinciding with the sunset, the way the athletic center is, I guess, constructed. We're seeing some shadows, some sunshine streaks in the ring. Is that a big deal at all? Is it an obstacle for a fighter? What are your thoughts?
Well, I was just in the ring here for a couple seconds at the beginning of the show. It is coming down, but I hope it goes by pretty quick. I don't feel like it was really in my eyes, but I don't think it's from what it seems like. It doesn't seem like it's being a big issue. It could be, but it's not. But it's not at this time.
Hey, Amelia, Boston has been resurgent in recent weeks. What do you think has been driving this team?
The will to win, my friend. I believe it's the will to win. I've actually standing here with Jury Rodriguez. Jury, do you have any thoughts on was the sunlight at all in your eyes coming into the ring? I just wanted to grab her opinion real quick while she's standing here with me.
Oh my goodness, it was definitely in my eye. I was like, whatever. I felt the heat on my back. It felt kind of good though, so.
I guess I could have never been so wrong. I was like, no, I don't really think so, but Jury's like, yes, absolutely. So just like throwing in some info on here. Right now, you are up for Rookie of the Year. Amazing performances so far this year. How does that feel? Like just finishing out this season, you have one more fight, I believe, after this to finish out the regular season.
Yes, this is our last show for the San Antonio Snipers. But I am thankful that I got recognized for Rookie of the Year. I'm thankful. Thankful for my team, my dad and my boyfriend Roscoe. And I'm just happy to be here, happy to fight, and whatever comes, comes. So.
Absolutely, just putting on a great performance. But along with that, you know, the possibility of being pulled into the All-Star team. So you always fight hard, you always fight well. I want to just make a note for the audience, the fact that you are a gold medalist for the Pan American Youth Games. This is a huge honor. And not only that, but stepping in the ring with Taylor Robertson, who is also from Team Australia. And so just like being able to get that opportunity to have elite level fights and elite level experience, how does that help build you towards moving into a traditional pro career?
Oh man, it's everything. To be in the ring with another fighter with accolades who's also been, you know, representing their country. I think this is amazing for women's boxing. It's amazing for my portfolio. And yeah.
Just build in and keep pushing through. Your talent keeps shining through. It's very impressive to watch. You're always one of my favorite fighters to watch. I've known you forever. We've shared the ring at USA Nationals, so, you know, rivals and sisters at the same time. Exactly. But go for your next round is going to be just, you know, do your thing, and then just know that keep pushing forward. All-Stars, Rookie of the Year nominations coming up.
Let's do it. Thank you, Amelia.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you so much. Julie Rodriguez will be back in action in round 17. It's what we've been saying for several weeks now. This is a terrific launching pad start to have young women fighters build a professional foundation.
And they have been a real backbone of the league because many teams have excellent women fighters. I mean, they got to that point immediately that we're going to have a good staff. And whether it's Jury Rodriguez or Robertson or what we've seen with Stacey Suttles emerging all year, that's been great.
And how about what she did say about the sun? You know, when fighters fight outdoors, they have to worry about being cold. But she said the sun felt good on her back, but it was an issue between the shadows and sunshine.
It certainly was. And we talked about the fact that we've seen it be an issue for fighters in the outdoor fights that we have covered. So, yeah, she gave it a good incident. I'm distracted, but I'm warm. So it was a push.
Ladies and gentlemen, the winner of round 3 by unanimous decision, San Antonio's Francie Saya. Your score, San Antonio 29, Boston 28. Round 4 is brought to you by Balance of Nature, proud health supplement partner of TCL. At 147 pounds for the Snipers, Eric Lanzas. For the Butchers, it'll be Michael Kimball.
£147. Welterweight's up next between Michael Kimball and Eric Lanzas. Lanzas in the white trunks, Kimball in the blue.
Well, a good start for San Antonio so far on the road. Areas where they thought they would be strong, they have been. Let's see if they settle down and can build on it, or Boston catches its momentum.
Kimball's competed in back-to-back weeks after making his TCL debut back on June 14th. He's in for 2 rounds for the first time. You see more on the profile of Michael Kimball, 28 years of age. And he is in the Bellator record books. Fastest KO in Bellator history.
Carry around that.
Staggering 6 seconds, my goodness.
You carry that around for your whole life. That meant there was no count. The referee said, forget about it.
Watch your head. The meat and potatoes kind of guy as well. Mark of a smart fighter. Good fuel back in your body after long training camps. How many times we see fighters just go for 6 or 8 weeks of a training camp, go through the grueling weight cutting process and the discipline of training camp, and as soon as they step off the scales, they get handed a pizza and a soda.
And they go right with it.
And they still have to go into fight night. You're undoing all the good that you put your body through.
But basically what they're saying is, I'm aiming for the weigh-in, not the fight. I'm aiming for the weigh-in. And then we see a lot of them don't pick up 8 to 10 pounds between the weigh-in and the actual fight. And the longer you do stay away from those foods, the longer you will be able to stay away from those foods.
It's always just puzzled me. Why can't you just wait an extra 24 hours? Or eat some steak and potatoes like Michael Kimball.
After you've been in such pain and denial. You talk about 6-second knockouts. The fastest one I ever saw was 8 seconds. And it's just like, it's amazing. That goes in one punch and it's over. And those crazy times are because when the referee steps in to stop.
Kimball chopping down on Lanzas, the Nicaraguan native, who now makes his home in Homestead, Florida. This is his first action since May 30th, not ruled a knockdown.
Well, they have the look of unfinished business when this is over. Good jab and a right hand here by Kimball, stepping back. Really a sweet execution of the fundamentals. And on the other side, good shot coming back from San Antonio as Lanzas fought well off the ropes in that instance.
Those two will be back in the ring in round 22.
Ladies and gentlemen, the winner of round 4 by unanimous decision from Boston, Michael Kimball. Once again, we are tied at 38. Round 5 at welterweight for San Antonio, Charles Gardner. For Boston, it'll be Jaye Brown.
There you see Jaye Brown. He has emerged as one of the stars for this Boston Butchers squad in his second season, just 25 years of age, going for his 10th win of the season.
Yeah, he's been on a roll, and it usually takes one or two fighters to get really hot if you're going to put a win streak together, at least to inspire the rest of the team. The Boston coach telling us we are not a knockout team. We don't get 10-8s and 10-7s. We have to pile up win after win.
Gaye split a pair of rounds with Miami's Pedro Batia, who's a very talented fighter for the Assassins. Gardner, meanwhile, putting on a nice move there with his feet. 6-5-1 on the year, but he's lost 4 of 6. So a tough 2 rounds for Charles Gardner here tonight.
Gardner did beat Brown back in the Golden Glove, so you've got that to hang your hat on if you're Gardner coming in here.
Work your way out of here. Let's go.
And this is the type of guy that has to step up for San Antonio. No Zachary Spiller, no Daniel Bailey, no Frenzy Fortuna. Fighters that they have, but yeah, these are fighters that they have relied upon. So who steps up is the challenge.
Minute 15 to go. Gaye Brown letting go of Gardner's arm and then letting go with both hands.
Finding an opening and trying to crack through it. And then building on that momentum. He didn't allow the tie-up the second time through.
Keep working in there. Working in there.
And on the flip side, you see Gardner trying to jab, get in, and then tie up. It's a subtle distinction between tying up and holding. If you can master it, make it look like you're not holding, release just in time, don't have a bear hook type of a grip. You can use it effectively to shut down your opponent. It's a very subtle art.
Oh, big left hand cracks Gardner. But he's able to move himself out of position. The intensity increasing as the seconds wind down here in round 5.
That was a good outburst by Brown just before the bell.
Those two finishing off like it was the final seconds of a 12-round fight.
And here's how they went at it. With Gardner trying to tie up, but Brown unloading here. Got the chop. Last 30 seconds. You go for it. You sense the clock. So he got the best of that last 30 seconds. Did Brown. Let's see if the judges think that's enough to give him the 10-9.
Ladies and gentlemen, the winner of round 5 by unanimous decision from the Butchers, Gaye Brown. Your score, Boston 48, San Antonio 47. Our next round is brought to you by Serenity Springs Recovery Center, a place of recovery and self-discovery. Round 6 at Super Welterweight. For San Antonio, Tracy Magruder. For Boston, Michael Fontanez.
Two junior middleweight competitors going at it in round number 6 between Magruder and Fontanez. They'll square off in round 12 unless spectacular happens here in the 6th.
If you knock your opponent out, you get the points on the back end without having to fight him.
Fontenez 4-5 in his TCL career. The southpaw for Boston in the blue trunks. Tracy Magruder. A 2-5 mark for San Antonio so far.
Fontenez able to get off first, get the jab moving, step to Magruder. And Magruder is stepping straight back. He would like to change that and try to move more laterally. And at least start throwing some jabs to establish an offense. You see a guy can't quite crank it up. Timing not quite there. Start with the jab. That can get you back into a timing sequence and let everything else come from there.
Jab, bread, the butter, the whole meal for certain boxers.
Yeah, it starts everything up. But now look, he did a couple of jabs, and now he is flowing better. But it cost him a minute of the fight to find that. And now the question will be, is that going to be really important on the scorecard? All of a sudden, this jab came back. His double jab, the right hand, and he's getting it now.
Fontenez and Magruder squared off last June, and Fontenez came away with the unanimous decision win. In their second seasons.
This has been an excellent minute and a half for Magruder. Good left hook as Fontenez's offense has stopped.
There it is again, the double jab. It allows him to get inside.
Everything he's doing off of that, and it's been a different fight for him since he got the cobwebs out and found that double jab. Fontenez is now trying to find that big left hand to close out the action in this round.
Double jab leads the way again toward more body work from Tracy Magruder. That jab was the star of the round.
Yeah, it really was. It was 2 minutes worth. So how much did that first minute cost him? And how valuable were the last 2 minutes for him? And do the judges view the timing the way we see it? Last couple minutes, though, for Magruder were scholarly.
TCL fans, the winner of round 6 by unanimous decision. From San Antonio, Tracy Magruder. We are once again even at 57. Round 7 in the middleweight division. For San Antonio, Corey Cad. For Boston, Rashidi Ellis.
Dave, just 8 days off a victory in his regular boxing career over in Lowell, Massachusetts. Rashidi Ellis goes back to work here in TCL Team Boxing League as Rashidi and Corey Cad get going. First of 2 rounds that they'll have here tonight. And this is a great opportunity. Amelia, obviously a mainstay on this Boston roster, a teammate of Rashidi's at a certain point. Amelia, how difficult could it be for a fighter to go back and forth from TCL into the regular boxing career the way that Rashidi kind of seamlessly did over the last week or so?
Well, I think the big thing to take into consideration was he was able to close his fight out, his traditional pro fight last weekend, in 3 rounds. So I don't feel like he took a lot of damage. Your nervous system isn't taking a lot of damage, and he's been in back-to-back competition, and so I do feel like his body's geared up for it. And Rashidi's always game. Look at him smile in the ring. Like, he's always game for whatever you throw at him. He loves to fight.
And Rashidi earned a TKO win in the 3rd over Josek Ruiz last weekend in Lowell. Before that, he was in the Butchers lineup. Right after that, back in the Butchers lineup.
Well, that keeps you in the main frame the whole time. Keeps you in the gym for whatever you're doing. But it's interesting to me how you go from a team concept and then in your individual fight, you're out there alone, which has been the way it's always been. So he gets a sample of both scenarios within 3 weeks.
To switch off different parts of your brain.
No, absolutely. And you know what the other thing, too, is Alex Rivera, his coach, and Mike Fontanez is his teammate. And Alex and his son, Andrew, help and travel with the team. So I feel like he's always with his team. He's always working. He's staying in his groove. So it's not really like, it's not a big transition for him. He's with his family, you know, his team family 24/7.
And they're going tit for tat. Ellis and Cad in round number 7.
Ellis is trying to slip the jab and land the...
Got a right hand in there on Cad, Dave.
He did it just as we said it. As he was looking, he made the defensive move first and then scored. Now there's the jab just to show the versatility. There are a couple of good sequences for Ellis to put together.
Final 15 between Corey Cad and Rashidi Ellis. 4-punch combo. A little low, according to the referee.
One thing Ellis has done well here, talk about punch with your opponent. He has not let any moments go by when his opponent is punched. He punches back at Cad, not to let an advantage grow up for Cad. So there's a little Rashidi speedy. There is that hand speed. 3 beautiful shots there, then a good right hand to the body. Cad gets one in, but look at all the weapons that Ellis has. These are defensive you're seeing here.
Ladies and gentlemen, the winner of round 7 by unanimous decision from Boston, Rashidi Ellis. Boston regains the lead at 67 to San Antonio 66. Our next round, the final round of the launch rounds, is brought to you by Event Ticket Center. Don't just watch it, experience it live with Event Ticket Center. Round 8 will feature heavyweights for San Antonio. It'll be Glenn Williams. Boston has Skylar Lacey.
This is an important one for San Antonio to stay right there. Boston with the 1-point lead now, and one of their better recent fighters, Skylar Lacey, in there with the chance to make it a bigger bulge. But for San Antonio, a chance to pull even.
Skylar Lacey has won 7 in a row. He's going for his 20th career TCL victory. He's 19-7 all time.
Let go. There you go. Don't hold. Don't hold.
He has been one of the most consistent heavyweights in the league this season.
And that points to the positioning by the coaches. You know, we see a lot of gamesmanship and where you put your fighters at the end of the money rounds. But the heavyweights at the end of the launch and middle rounds often have a lot to say about the momentum that come forward into the next situation.
One of the main reasons why Lacey's been consistent is just his ability to score points, Dave, like that. He addresses the body. Those are landing shots. Those are shots that are scoring.
He's using his jab. He's getting off first. Has enough foot movement to augment those skills. And he's not doing what we've seen a few heavyweights do. Lumber, stand right in front of their opponent, take their chances, bombs away. Now he's playing the percentages into it. You see some defense from him, his ability to block some punches, and he just landed a pretty good right hand to the body.
Right hand landed by Williams. Landed flush. Lacey has an answer as he was able to connect with more scoring shots. One thing that Lacey does so well is you see the heavyweight contingent for San Antonio cheer on for Glenn Williams is that he's able to lower that 6'7" frame as well as anyone.
Yeah, you can adjust your height, you have versatility.
I got you. No.
And again, as the punches come in, what is Lacey doing to counter? He's working downstairs.
The jab for him.
Step back, no punches. Step back.
I've seen more jabbing from Lacey in this fight than in many others that he's had. And yeah, powerful guy for your heavyweight explosions. But this is a fight that stylistically has called for something else.
Lacey turning around Williams and landing a nice three-punch combo upstairs. And now he's rattled Williams in the corner. Williams' body language looking like it's slowing down. A pumping right hand into the gut from Skylar Lacey.
Made a statement in the last 30 seconds of that round. Until he did that, it looked like he was about to win this fight one-handed with the jab. And then, when the situation allowed, and that's because his opponent is off balance, Lacey unloads. He sees the situation quickly, and he dumps it off on Williams.
Ladies and gentlemen, your winner of round 8 by unanimous decision, Boston Skylar Lacey. At the end of the launch rounds, Boston leads San Antonio 77-75.
So the Boston Butchers, they take 4 of the final 5 in the launch rounds. And needing a win to ensure their ticket to the postseason, it is the Butchers of Boston ahead by 2, 77-75 the score in Philadelphia. Middle rounds are next in the city of brotherly love. Team Boxing League is brought to you by Event Ticket Center. Don't just watch it, experience it live with Events Ticket Center. Tickets to the best seats in the house to all your favorite events.
They say it's the loneliest sport. No teammate to pass to, nowhere to hide. Just you and the silence. To survive here, you must evolve. To win, you must become something more. Because now, one fighter ignites the team. One heart unites the city.
I was drinking every day.
I was hooked on oxys.
My husband turned into someone I didn't recognize.
The addiction crisis. Worse than a pandemic, we have a growing epidemic. There are approximately 20 alcohol and drug-related deaths per hour every single day. Addiction is a disease. Like any other disease, it may have serious harmful effects and may lead to death if left untreated.
Introducing Serenity Springs Recovery Center, a place of recovery and rediscovery. We understand the unique challenges men face in their journey to recovery. Set on 38 private acres, our state-of-the-art facility offers a safe, supportive environment for healing and growth. Our team of dedicated professionals specializes in evidence-based treatment, providing our patients with the tools to overcome addiction and achieve long-term sobriety. If you or a loved one needs to make a change, call us today at 386-423-4540 or visit us online at serenityspringsrecovery.com and reclaim your life.
TCL Team Boxing League is brought to you by Serenity Springs Recovery Center, a place of recovery and self-discovery. Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, the neutral site with a whole lot on the line. Playoff implications at stake. They've never been more sky high for two teams that are trying to battle their way into the Final 8. Back here in our Merit TV studios, Justin Shackle, Dave Bontempo with you as Boston's ahead 77-75 over San Antonio. And you and I, we're fans of the jab. The jab probably the biggest star of the launch rounds, no?
Yeah, it really has been. We saw it with Skylar Lacey just before he turned it around. We saw some excellent boxing. We saw it with Jury Rodriguez. All the top fighters did that. And that is the Boston theme. They do not put teams away. They are not the knockout artists by and large. They have to compile victories, fight by fight, fighter by fighter. And now they're in a pretty good spot because after a slow start, now they're up by 2 going into the middle round. So they have to be happy with where they are. And San Antonio hung in. Now it comes more challenging.
Yeah, launch rounds a bit back and forth. There were 3 ties, but Boston now with a 2-point lead. As we take a look at the launch round highlights, they're brought to you by the Balance of Nature. Round number 1 getting it started. This was a competitive obstacle in the form of Taylor Robertson for Julia Rodriguez, but the Rookie of the Year contender succeeding, getting the win.
Yeah, and it was a tight one as Robertson was all over her, but she had some good boxing ability, some good instinct when she needed it, just enough to get by Robertson, who we think is going to get some wins down the road.
They'll battle again in round 17. Here in round 5, Jaye Brown, Charles Garner. And Brown doing enough to pick up the unanimous decision win.
Good quick hand speed on the inside. He out-hustled him and was able to come up with the victory for Boston.
There's a look at the middle round fight card. Some of the featured bouts that you're going to see. It'll be the first action of the night for Camila Panetta, the Italian featherweight for Boston, taking on the Brazilian Janeja Morendin. But also in round 10, Dave, Frenchie Saya already with a victory against Abraham Nova tonight in the launch rounds. He's going to be going up against Deontay Brown, who is pretty hot right now. He's won 5 of his last 6.
That's a good reason for it to be our round to watch in the middle rounds. 2 very hot fighters, one over a long period of time, and the other one, you've got to win in your pocket already tonight. You're thinking 2, you've got to be greedy.
And Saya has won 4 in a row now after taking a victory over Abraham Nova. Let's send it back inside to Newtown, Pennsylvania. Middle rounds underway. Here is Ray Flores.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is now time to begin the middle rounds between San Antonio and Boston. Round 9 at 126 pounds will feature for San Antonio, Janeza Indira Morendin. For Boston, Camila Panetta.
There's Janeja Morendin, 30 years of age, stands at 5 feet tall flat, nicknamed the Evil Princess. Back in action for the first time since May 16th. Camila Panetta, meanwhile, 5-6 here in her first TCL season. But half of those defeats came against Philly's Rashidi Ellis. Last week, Panetta topped Ali Puello from Miami. She's won 3 of 4.
Yeah, and we've seen her improvement steadily over the last month. And that's a lot of confidence when you come into a fight like this. You've got height and reach. There was a good, sharp left hand that got through. And talk about the improvement. Where does it come in? Well, patience. It also comes in when you set down on your punches more. You have a little bit of a feel. There is nuance to what you're doing.
That's 3 lovely left hands thrown by Panetta.
Yes, all of that as she stood forward, planted, got her feet in, got everything behind it, and didn't jump around. I mean, these are the type of things we're talking about that as a fighter is getting better, these type of things become second nature.
Oh, punishing left uppercut, followed by the straight right hand. Camila Panetta switched on here in the 9th.
You know, when you're seeing it, you just flow. You don't have to think about too much. This fight is coming to her right now. The stylistic matchup is ideal. The opponent straight ahead coming to her. And she can pick off the smaller fighter, land a good shot. And it has been a sharpshooting display for Panetta.
Firing those left hands at will. So these two are penciled in for round number 23. And Morendin and San Antonio, it's a close fight right now in the overall team score. They better make sure that it's closer by the time the 23rd comes around, because this so far is a one-sided round number 9.
Well, you sense that Boston has an ability from a team standpoint to start pulling away. And this is one of the fighters that may get them there. Panetta cannot miss with the left hand because when you're on the outside with the height and reach advantage and you're close enough, she can land, but she can't be countered.
Dave, early stars of the night, I'm going with the jab as star number 1, but Panetta's left hand is star number 2. What do you think?
So far, I would agree with that. The jab overall will have a generic star.
The combos flurrying away off the hands of Camila Panetta.
And then you say, why? Why is she getting those punches in? Because she's been able to stand and sit down at her punches, actually, as she gets her positioning perfect and then has beautiful balance. You know, when we take a look at some of the work that she did, we'll point that out more. It won't be just the left hand you're looking at, but her body balance and where she is in relation to her opponent, which is why it gets in. See, right here, perfect positioning, getting close, get the big left hand in and get out. She's patient, wait, step one forward again, you get in, she sits down and everything. This is what the improvement looks like. These moments, they just seem to flow when you're feeling it. She's feeling it right now.
Ladies and gentlemen, the winner of round 9 by unanimous decision from Boston, Camila Panetta. Boston leads 87 to San Antonio 84. Our next round is brought to you by Climax Moonshine, fire number 32, known to bring the heat. In the lightweight division for Boston, for San Antonio, Francis Sayam. For Boston, it'll be Deontay Brown.
Francis Saya already had his hand raised tonight, won over Abraham Novo. He's now 7-2 in the league in his career.
And this is where some of the pressure sits in for certain fighters on certain teams. And Frenchie will feel that right now for San Antonio, trying to keep this close and try to avoid it from being a 4-point match, as Boston has now won 3 in a row.
See the sun shining on the back of Deontay Brown, who's back in his 4th matchup of 2025. Won 5 of 6, 5 of 3 on the year. I thought the sun was slowly setting here. It was going to be a non-factor by the time we got to this portion of the event, but you're seeing it still in the ring, Dave. Seeing some fighters who are maybe standing on deck in the warm-up circle, they're shielding their eyes. You don't see this often at an indoor boxing venue.
No, and it's less of a factor than in the first fight, but still, it's there. And if you're facing it, you get the glare. It's a bit of a distraction.
It also just has to raise the temperature inside. It's the natural sunlight.
As if the recent heat wave there hasn't been enough.
Nice counter left uppercut from Deontay Brown. Saya's the one on the offensive for the most part.
Right now, 2 fighters just showing the concept of a jab here to set something else up. Could be the hard left hand from Brown. Could be the right hand down the chute from Saya. Tried to get it there. So at some point, these fighters will have to get a little closer to each other and gamble.
They have a minute to go to lay out their chips and potentially cash in with a big score.
Who wants to hold the dice in this one? Because I think if you're San Antonio, it's got to be you, because your team's behind. You have to be the one that forces things.
Saya narrowly missing with that lunging left hand.
All set up by the jab, which was blocked. And you see how long it takes to set up a big shot. Great if it gets in. If it does not get in, it costs you about 10 or 15 seconds.
That right hand scored.
he tried to fully punctuate it with the judges, too. Did you see that?
I mean, in a 3-minute period that has been completely nip-tucked, the one connect that you had no doubt over, is that going to be the difference? He already raised his hand, so we'll see.
He feels that it did. But is it a message to the judges? Did you see that? Good left hand and a right hand. Now, normally when you do that, you're going to go in and try to finish a fighter off. But he did that, and looking around, little showmanship here.
TCL wins the winner of round 10 by split decision. From San Antonio, Francia Saya. Boston leads San Antonio 96-94. Round 11 at 147. For San Antonio, Charles Garner. For Boston, Jaye Brown.
So Saya wins again, a 2-round fighter over 2 different opponents.
So far, he's been the individual stepping up for San Antonio, and now we have a rematch from the launch rounds.
Jaye Brown for Boston, Charles Garner for San Antonio. Brown won unanimously, the 10-9 decision back in round 5.
So the initial adjustment for Garner is get busier. Get busier, take away some of that aggression that Brown threw at you. These guys know each other so well, they're surveying where to go with the next punch.
Right hand lands from Jaye Brown as Garner steps into the sun.
Still waiting for one of these fighters to be convicted to a particular style.
Garner trying to punch on the move.
It was smart for him to do that there because he was trapped against the ropes if he did not.
Brown, the come-forward fighter in the 11th.
And this is where it really gets tricky when you're judging. So if you're Brown and Garner is moving out like that, you just come after him, you look like you're the busier fighter, even when nobody is throwing the punch. Then you come in and do that quick little combination on the inside, and you may have an edge.
But Brown must feel that Garner is most vulnerable when he's close to the ropes. He's able to trap him in that sequence moments ago. Now it's getting a little bit rougher inside the last 45 seconds.
I think they both understand the value of position in that ring.
And here we go. Garner pushed back along the ropes. Brown picking up the tempo, and Garner trying to fight himself away from the ropes.
Brown taking advantage of Garner not jamming him to keep him away. Now Garner switching styles a little bit. It's been hard for him to find what works. But from an optic standpoint, it looks good for Brown. We'll see what the judges have to say. One of the things that Brown was able to do is make it look like he was busier. And this is a little burst of about 10 seconds. And he makes the most of that because he didn't get hit by that. These are wide slapping shots. There's no power on them. but they register like little counters. Bing, bing, bing.
Ladies and gentlemen, the winner of round 11 by unanimous decision from San Antonio, Charles Gardner. The score, Boston 105, San Antonio 104. Our next round is brought to you by Balance of Nature, proud health supplement partner of TCL. Round 12 will feature super welterweights. For San Antonio, Tracy Magruder. For Boston, Michael Fontanez.
So Jaye Brown takes his second loss of the season. What do you think about that unanimous decision going in the way of Charles Gardner?
A little bit surprising. What the judges probably were impressed by what was his lateral movement before Brown settled into his body attack later. That they love, if movement looks like it's aggression, then you're going to get the judges to go along with you. You have to make it look like your opponent is backtracking if you want to convince the judges otherwise.
Second meeting of the night between Fontanez of Boston in the blue trunks, Magruder of San Antonio in the white and orange. Magruder able to earn himself a unanimous decision in round 6. A 1-point Boston lead. A trip to the playoffs on the line here in their regular season finale.
Very important victory by Garner to keep San Antonio so close. And the longer the underdog team stays in it, the more the underdog team is going to believe.
Left hand lands from Fontanez right down the middle. Out that jab to keep Magruder at bay. We saw Magruder flash the double jab so often and successfully in round number 6. It's been seldom used in round 12.
Yeah, and it took him a minute to use it in round 6, and then he did it for the final 2 minutes. Here he seems more focused on the right hand lead against the southpaw.
Now he's getting back to it.
Yeah.
And what's it lead to? The right hand being a bit more effective.
Throw the jab, you create a little distance, a different angle for your right hand. It's not surprising inside of a round where a fighter can do everything and it goes away from him for a second and then he gets it back.
Final 30 seconds.
That's good effectiveness keeping your fighter at a distance by Magruder.
Fontanez with the quest to be first in this round.
So what was the same was Magruder coming on late. What was different is when he started that, and that could have an impact on how the judges see it. He came in not for a full 2 minutes, more like last minute 20.
Yeah, Magruder comes away victorious. This would be less decisive than their first meeting.
Ladies and gentlemen, the winner of round 12 by unanimous decision, San Antonio's Tracy Magruder. We are even at 114. Round 13 will be contested in the super middleweight division. For San Antonio, it'll be Malik Calhoun. Boston will feature Ronald Ellis.
We are tied for the 4th time tonight. as Magruder makes it 3 rounds in a row for San Antonio. And now we get to see 2 super middleweights go toe-to-toe, and Malik Calhoun for the Snipers and Ronald Ellis, who you saw on your screen just a moment ago, for the Boston Butchers.
That's it. We're halfway through, and we are where we started. Dead even. Magruder and Saya coming up big for San Antonio.
Malik Calhoun 1-1 as he joined TCL just last week. Corey Cadd, who fell to Rashidi Ellis in a competitive round number 7 for San Antonio. He is with Amelia Moore.
Hi, crew. We're down here in the bullpen here with Corey, and we're just talking about this year right now. TCL is again hosting the Community Service Award, and we were talking to Stacia Suttles at the previous fights earlier today. Corey was the recipient of last year's Community Service Award. Can you just tell us a little bit about your involvement, your speaking engagements with the youth?
Yeah, you know, with me, it's all about giving back. You know, my time I spent incarcerated, you know, I did enough tearing down, so I'm just trying to rebuild and give back to the community with those that are incarcerated or just headed down the wrong path. You know, I like to focus more on the kids, but yeah, that's it.
No, for sure, and just giving life experience that they can actually relate to. It's really hard when people try to talk to kids and they've never experienced anything, or you can actually talk to them. I'm sure they feel more connected.
For sure, I just relate to them. You know, I've been through everything they went through, sometimes a little bit more. At least I can understand, you know, that's all it is, just relating.
100%. So we also talked a little bit about another organization that has to do with bullying that you're involved with. That's an anti-bully gang.
Yeah, it's the anti-bully gang. It was funded by King Kali, which is a rapper. He's originally from Houston, but he stays in San Antonio. And, you know, I was fortunate to connect with him. And, you know, we go to schools, the kids that been getting bullied, and we just try to show them a good time and show them that they're not alone and that we got their back.
Absolutely. You were saying something about like pulling up in like good cars, and you actually had an opportunity to actually mediate between somebody being bullied and a bully.
Yeah, that was a cool experience. We pulled up, and you know, we had like nice cars and all that, so the other kids could see that. You know, he's cool too. You know, man, he might be different, but he's cool too. And we actually ran into the bully, and they talked. It was a little confrontation at first, but then they talked it out, and everything was all good. And you know, that was cool.
That's amazing. Thank you so much for all you do with the youth. It really is about making sure these kids are having the opportunity to be able to live their best lives. So thank you for all you do. I'm so glad you're involved with it, and appreciate you telling your story.
Thank y'all, man. Stay tuned.
Thank you so much. Corey Cadd right in the middle of Community Solutions in the state of Texas.
Take what he said, multiply it by millions, and what that could do. Take the media, you take the bully and the person being bullied, and you get them to talk it out. That's great. That prevents escalation on numerous levels.
We'll see Corey again in round number 19 as the 13th round wraps up here between Ronald Ellis and Malik Calhoun. Been back and forth, currently tied at 114 as we await the latest decision here. San Antonio.
TCL fans, the winner of round 13 by unanimous decision from Boston, Ronald Ellis. The score at the moment, it is Boston 124, San Antonio 123. Our next round is brought to you by Serenity Springs Recovery Center, a place of recovery and self-discovery. Round 14 in the light heavyweight division for San Antonio, Frankie Solomon Jr. Boston will feature Steven Sumter.
Here's Steven Sumter, only 3-7 on the year, coming off a defeat to Yusmel Ruiz. All of his opponents this year have had at least 10 TCL rounds under their belt, and they all had winning records. For Solomon, seldom used for San Antonio. This is just his second match of the year. He won on June the 6th. In his TCL career, he's 9-8, as Sumter goes to work over the first 20 seconds here. Let's take a look And the fighter profile for Steven Sumter. 31 years of age. Great quote at the end. Until you make it, you have to make it.
Not fake it until you make it. You have to make it. Just dig down and keep going.
He was working heavily with his hands over the first 30 seconds. Pace slowed down against Solomon. 35-year-old southpaw out of Tampa, Florida.
Well, you've got the dueling lefties, so all the angles of the lefty and the righty have disappeared. Normally it's you keep your lead foot outside the opponent's lead foot, but now it's more like subtle angles, and how can you find punching position and do something you can trust? And there's some good work there by Solomon.
A leaning forward two-punch combo by Frankie Solomon Jr.
Solomon trying to land a hard left hand behind his right jab.
He loves following up that jab with the left to the body. Hasn't found the landing spot just yet.
But he is stepping to his target, jabbing the straight left hand. Now, if you gamble, if you're on the other side, if you're something, you know that your opponent does the same thing every time. You can try to react with a step and then try to catch him with a right hand coming in when you know what the punches that's coming. It's a subtlety. You have to be able to time it, but yeah, if you see something often enough, you might be able to do something.
Here it is again, though he raised the left hand, try to go upstairs. Final 15 seconds to make an impression for Solomon and Sumter.
This is grit and determination. The final point.
Oh, man, Sumter's chin just got rocked, Dave. One of those punches found an opening. Not a whole lot of activity in the closing seconds for Steven Sumter, and you wonder if that single sequence is enough to put Frankie Solomon Jr. over the top.
It sure looked it here. How he explodes, he finds punching range, steps back, and then a couple of those punches get through. The uppercut got through, the left hand got through. He is squared up here, so.
Right there.
But this is a great sprint to the finish line, and that's a difference maker.
Ladies and gentlemen, the winner of round 14 by unanimous decision, from San Antonio, Frankie Solomon Jr. The score once again squared away at 133 between San Antonio and Boston. Round 15 in the Cruiserweight division. San Antonio will feature Adrian Taylor. Boston has Michael Hilton.
Sumter and Solomon Jr., they will square off again in round 24. And now with 5 ties, could be headed on a collision course.
And we would really look forward to that one, because the last part of that one, it was a chess match and then it exploded. So there will be a lot for those fighters to feed on.
First look of the night between two cruiserweights here. Adrian Taylor for the Snipers, wearing the white trunks. Michael Hilton here for Boston. We'll have a quick turnaround and be back in action in round 20. Tied up at 133 in the overall team score. Boston needs a win to punch a ticket to the postseason. San Antonio needs a win and then some help. They will be in wait-and-see mode on the final weekend of the regular season, which is July 11th and 12th. They would essentially need to win here and have Houston pick off New York City, as well as some other teams slip up.
I think that Nashville-Philadelphia matchup is going to mean something in a couple of weeks. We still have a little bit of work to do to get there, but there is something to look forward to in terms of playoff positioning and maybe who gets in that final weekend.
A reminder, the league will take a pause for the holiday next week, but you can still catch terrific TCL Team Boxing League action as we are bringing you the best of TCL Team Boxing League next weekend. Then it'll be the regular season finale, and then the quarterfinals begin July 18th.
Seems like just yesterday we started. Yes. Who's going to land the big one? They both have the same idea. They need to drop the cargo. And they're both trying to do it the same way. Jab and then throw a big right hand. Taylor not buying into the low left hand as far as just flinging a punch over. He's trying to utilize that to get positioning for himself.
They wrestle to the floor. Taylor tries to lace the legs.
Gee, a little trying to get an edge.
Hilton walks into a right hand from Taylor. Action at a premium in round 15.
They might both be thinking, how did that big right hand miss? I had it. I saw it.
Ladies and gentlemen, the winner of round 15 via split decision from Boston, Michael Hilton. Boston retakes the lead 143 to San Antonio 142. Our final minute round is brought to you by Event Ticket Center. Don't just watch it, experience it live with Event Ticket Center. Round 16. At heavyweight for San Antonio, Leonardo Minor. For Boston, Michael Coffey.
Michael Coffey 2-4 in his second TCL season. The Boston heavyweight taking on Leonardo Minor, who's at 1-9. It's a 1-point Boston lead, so it's worth mentioning that Michael Coffey is penciled in for round 25. He'll be in the ring with Glenn Williams if we need an extra bout to decide this one. There's been 5 ties, Dave, but out of those ties, San Antonio took the lead just once. That was back in round 3, the last time they held the lead.
And they have not been able to put together fights from the front end to build anything. They won fights 1 and 3. But give them a lot of credit for clawing back into it after falling behind by a couple. And now this is another important juncture. It was 2 points at the launch rounds. And if Boston wins this, Boston maintains the 2 points heading into the money rounds. San Antonio trying to draw even again. Remember what the Boston coach told us. We are not a team. that gets the knockdowns. We have to pile those victories up. And as a result, you'll see that team in many close matches.
So far, Boston has won 8 of the 15 rounds. There have been no knockdowns scored thus far.
So it leads into the idea that if there's any knockdown, it will be monumental in this particular contest.
Trying to load up, time up that right hand. Minor creeping in. Enter the pocket at your own risk for the San Antonio heavyweight.
He does make a point of getting in and getting out.
Might have rocked. Minor off balance. And Coffey tried to press the action, but time running out.
Coffey built bigger from a structural perspective. The jab get in by Minor, but he's trapped. And he walks into a left hand, and that was one of the better weapons, it turned out, by Coffey. It's a good stiff jab. And then the left hand behind the head, which would not have been a scoring blow, but it did stumble.
Ladies and gentlemen, the winner of round 16 by way of unanimous decision from Boston, Michael Coffey. At the end of the middle rounds, Boston leads San Antonio 153 to 151.
The Boston Butchers entered the middle rounds with a 2-point advantage. They will leave the middle rounds with a 2-point advantage as well. Through 2 ties, San Antonio could not take the lead. Boston in command. They have some big-time hitters coming up, but for San Antonio, the Rookie of the Year frontrunner, Juri Rodriguez, will lead off the money rounds. Boston ahead by 2. Team Boxing League is brought to you by Event Ticket Center. Don't just watch it, experience it live with Events Ticket Center. Tickets to the best seats in the house to all your favorite events.
Hey, it's Dr. Phil, and I'm coming to you with the real story. I'm not just reporting the news here, I'm sharing my interpretation of it. And I want to talk to you about why Doge matters. We are in an educational crisis. It is time for action. They need to be held to a standard. Are they doing their job? Who is not against fraud, waste, and abuse? That's the real story.
Check out Dr. Phil's The Real Story on the news on Merit TV and subscribe on your favorite podcast service.
When Balance of Nature came out, it intrigued me not just by what it is, but by what it is not. Patients began asking me about it. Hey, doc, have you tried this? You know, I'm just curious about it. And I thought, you know, understanding what it is, I should try that. So I tried it, and it's been a great experience. I trust Balance of Nature because I trust the simplicity of what it is.
Get 35% off your first set by using discount code FIGHT.
Talk is cheap when it comes to saving our country. We're not just any cell phone service provider. We're Patriot Mobile. It's not enough to simply talk about values. We live them. Defending life, protecting our First and Second Amendments, and celebrating our military and first responder heroes. We're boots on the ground making a difference. We're America's only Christian conservative wireless provider with nationwide coverage on all 3 major networks and 100% US-based customer service. Join Patriot Mobile today and make an impact every time you use your cell phone.
When there's a dispute, I prefer to talk it out. These athletes, well, they prefer a more physical method. Watch TCL Team Boxing League weekends on Merit TV.
A reminder, you can visit a TCL Team Boxing League event in person. Just scan the QR code on your screen and purchase tickets to our next location. July 11th, we return to Dallas as the Houston Hitmen take on the New York City Attitude in the first of a doubleheader, followed by the LA Elite and the Dallas Enforcers. And then on Saturday, July 12th, we are back in PA. Nashville Smash visit the Philadelphia Smoke to conclude the regular season. Middle rounds have concluded. Money rounds await right now in Newtown, PA, and Boston has a 153-151 lead over San Antonio. The neutral grounds for two teams trying to break their way into the postseason. It was back and forth in those middle rounds. We had a couple of ties, but Boston still finding a way, and now they enter the money rounds the same way they entered the middle rounds, up by 2.
Up by 2. We're waiting for a pattern to emerge for many rounds. What's happening is that San Antonio is starting out quickly. Boston has won the exits both in 7 and 8 for the launch and the middle rounds. So that's why they were able to take a 2-point lead going into each stanza. Some people still hanging around for San Antonio and keeping them in it. Some people have really come out ahead and done some good work with them. When we look at the highlights, they're still there, and we've got some top action for San Antonio at the top.
Some of those fighters will wait for San Antonio in the money rounds. But let's take a look at the middle round highlights. They're presented by the Balance of Nature. Going to round number 11. This was already the second round of the night between Charles Gardner and Jaye Brown. And Gardner pulling out the surprising decision over Brown to give him a 2-round split.
Yeah, that was a very big development for San Antonio after Gardner lost the first when he gets out, and that kept San Antonio in, and so did this one, this performance by Solomon.
Yeah, round 14, a preview of our final round. Solomon and Sumter will be going at it in round 24. This was exciting.
This was a buzzsaw in the last 25 seconds of this fight as they both sprinted toward the finish line, and this was some of the best work that Solomon has done in some time. And I'm curious to see if he carries that over, if he has to fight the same guy again, yet what you learned from that last one.
And if you're Steven Sumter, you take a look at those last 25 seconds. That's a regrettable sequence for him. So redemption on the mind again in round 24 as you see the money round fight card. There are a lot of intriguing matchups, and you take a look at Boston ahead by 2, and you take a look at some of the names they have coming up in the money rounds. Rashidi Ellis, Skylar Lacey. You have Steven Sumter, Camila Panetta looked like she was overmatching her opponent. But right out of the gate, you have Juri Rodriguez on the other side for San Antonio, and a very game Taylor Robertson to kick it off in round 17.
It was very close the first time they fought. Robertson really coming in, doing a lot of good work, trying to turn the tables. Now, it's a round to watch for us for an additional reason. The pressure on San Antonio, now down 2, is enormous. Juri Rodriguez has been one of the people they've been looking to guarantee points. She could get them within 1, or it could be 3 for Boston. So this is a pivotal matchup, not just a round to watch, but it is pivotal.
Yeah, a way to keep the overall match close, or for Boston to set the tone for these money rounds. Let's get the action going with round 17. Rodriguez and Robertson first into the ring with Ray Flores.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is now time to begin the money rounds between San Antonio and Boston. At 118 pounds for San Antonio, Juri Rodriguez. For Boston, it is Taylor Robertson.
There is the 26-year-old Australian. Mentioned by Amelia Moore how Juri Rodriguez took gold in the Pan Am Games. Robertson, a medal winner in the 2018 Commonwealth Games. So these two fighters moments away from getting going here in round 17. We have a delay in the action as these two fighters are in the ring, but you have two young fighters, both decorated amateurs. I like the style of fight that we saw in the very first round, because for much of the season with Julie Rodriguez, what did we see? We saw a lot of beautiful boxing. Rodriguez brought Robertson, meanwhile, brought a lot of physicality right in front of Rodriguez, and it was fun to see how Julie reacted.
And now she almost dropped the hammer. She kept coming close to dropping the hammer. And the way she was trying to stalk Rodriguez, try to cut off the ring, load up on the big right hand, came close to doing that a couple times. And then Rodriguez had to scramble. She had to find another gear, which made that very interesting. And now when we look at them in this particular context now, you know, for San Antonio, if they fall behind by 3 with the way this has gone back and forth, it's a big hill.
You know, something you do notice as well with a couple of Boston fighters, with Taylor Robertson, also Camila Panetta, they box well. They also bring the physicality. They also have the same trainer in South Florida in Javier Centeno. So maybe that's a common denominator right there, is those two women will be in action here in the money rounds for Boston. We talk about Julie Rodriguez. We know that she is potentially in line for some Rookie of the Year hardware. So a reminder to TCL Team Boxing League fans, you can select this season's award recipients by voting who you think deserves this season's honors. All you have to do is go to Team Combat League /vote to cast your vote. And right now you can vote for Rookie of the Year and Most Resilient Fighter, with more categories added each week. And you would see Julie Rodriguez among the potential names that you could select for Rookie of the Year as we get underway with round 17.
So what adjustments are we going to see in this one? They know each other so well. Rodriguez has to get off the mark and box. Well, we see one adjustment already, less sun. So they opened it up with the sunlight as a distraction. Now it's almost non-existent. And here we are in a particular situation like before. Robertson trying to stalk Rodriguez, and Rodriguez looking for new angles.
I like the work so far from Taylor Robertson, landing the right hand, staking the jab. A lot of punches over the first minute and change from Robertson have found their mark.
Well, we're seeing that Julie Rodriguez has to react in this one rather than get off first, and that big right hand just missed, and then the second one grazed her. We talked about that as something that she would try to launch. And it's still there because Rodriguez now is trapped in the corner.
They're out clean. They're out clean.
Robertson did a good job cutting off the ring in that last sequence.
Stop.
Less than a minute to go. This is as defensive of a round we've seen Julie Rodriguez have in 2025.
When you have the other fighter being very strong, it's made Julie Rodriguez wait to launch into her attack. And what it does is it takes some of your offense away because you can't be reckless. This is a taller fighter who is getting more confident with her right hands, some of them getting in. And this is a rapidly improving Taylor Robertson.
The jab beats Rodriguez on the way in.
Stop.
I like the gamesmanship, though, from the young Texan. 21 years of age, she knows certain holes to put her hand in there.
Yeah, found some different angles, tried to punch at certain times to maximize. So this is Robertson attacking. That right hand got in, and here she had Rodriguez trapped. And that's why you keep coming forward. The jab did miss, but the right hand behind it did not. So there were some good moments for Robertson.
A lot to like for the Boston Featherweight. We'll see if she gets her hand raised here. She's confident that she's able to pick up the 2-round split on the night. We'll see.
Ladies and gentlemen, the winner of round 17 by unanimous decision from San Antonio, Julia Rodriguez. Boston leads 162 to San Antonio 161. Our next round is brought to you by Climax Moonshine, fire number 32, known to bring the heat. Our next round, for round number 18 for San Antonio, Malik Calhoun. For Boston, it is Ronald Ellis.
Here we go with round number 18. Ronald Ellis, Malik Calhoun, second round of the night here. What are your thoughts on what happened there in round 17?
Well, a little surprising. I was about to say before that they went right to the verdict that Julia Rodriguez's best work had been in the early part of that round, and then Robertson found herself. And Robertson found herself to a point where you can certainly make a point that she should have won that. But San Antonio gets the call.
So it's back to a 1-point game, 1-point match, 1-point event with the playoffs on the line here. A good start for San Antonio.
That was a crucial call for them to have.
Ronald Ellis trying to return the favor. Already won in the 13th over Calhoun. That was an important round for the snipers to grab for the reasons we mentioned. Waiting in the wings, Rashidi Ellis, Skylar Lacey, Camila Panetta, who was able to overmatch Janeza Morendin in their first round.
And the way the personality of this particular fight has evolved, 3 points is too much to overcome. These are single-point round teams to this point. So to have to turn around and make up 3 points with 7 fights to go means you practically have to sweep the card for a victory. So, barring the power display, getting down by 3 is very difficult to overcome in this one.
Also, just looking ahead, we're getting word that round 22 is being scratched. So San Antonio's Eric Lanzas has not been medically cleared to compete in round 22. That's going to be a point for Boston. He was originally set to face Michael Kimball.
So that's big in this particular type of a fight. So now it's essentially already back to 2. And then if Ellis were to win here, it's essentially 3.
That's round 22, so file that away when it affects the overall scoring officially. This round closing up.
Two guys who nonetheless look happy to perform, regardless of the outcome. Kind of showing you what an outlet this is for fighters who haven't had a limelight. They enjoy the chance to perform and do stuff like this. And that.
Ladies and gentlemen, the winner of round 18 by unanimous decision from Boston, Ronald Ellis. The score, Boston 172, San Antonio 170. Round 19 will be contested in the middleweight division. For San Antonio, it is Corey Cad. For Boston, Rashidi Ellis.
As one Ellis exits, another enters. Rashidi Ellis in the ring to start the 19th round against Corey Cadd. Ellis victorious in round 7 over Corey. And now he can continue to grow Boston's lead here.
3 points early was not unreasonable to try and overcome for San Antonio. 3 points now probably would be. That's why this fight has a lot of urgency for San Antonio and a lot of opportunity for Boston. If you're Boston, you love how you're sitting here. You've got a lead and Ellis comes in.
Rashidi Ellis, 21 wins, just 3 defeats in his TCL career. He's never recorded a stoppage. And Cadd has never been stopped either. Goes in line to what you were talking about with Boston understanding itself, knowing how they identify in the ring.
We're a point-by-point team. This would be like a baseball team that never hits a home run, but they're singles hitters all the way through. Boston, they have to stockpile.
It's death by 1,000 cuts.
And that's what we've basically seen in their victories. They're both pouring it on out here, both knowing the types of teams and individuals that they are. Not power punchers, but good boxers.
Left hand lands on Cadd. Pretty physical in the corner.
This may not be the fight where it happens. It's a little bit of a change here. So take a look at Ellis.
Rashidi Ellis checking for blood. Seems like everything's clean.
You would think that Ellis would have had some stopping with the way he's so talented.
Well, that's not a knockdown, but Corey Cadd looks like he is hurt with that left leg. This is not a good sign. A knee injury where you're untouched is awfully discouraging to see. And this fight has been waved off. When he dropped, you knew it wasn't from a punch.
Right, and the way he dropped, the angle. And there's no way you ever see anything like this coming. Steps in, gets hit. Let's take a look.
All right, let's get another look at it. It's that left knee. When he pivoted right there, he was untouched and then just dropped.
Just buckled.
We wish the best for Corey Cadd.
Ladies and gentlemen, our referee in charge, Eric Dolly, waves off round 19, declaring the winner via 10-7 to Boston's Rashidi Ellis. The score, Boston 182, San Antonio 177. Our next round is brought to you by Balance of Nature, proud health supplement partner of TCL. Round 20 will be in the Cruiserweight division. For San Antonio, Adrian Taylor. Boston will feature Michael Hilton.
Like the sportsmanship of Ellis helping Cadd off. And into the where he gets some medical attention. Fighter to fighter.
Encapsulates what Rashidi Ellis is all about. one of the leading faces of this league, just by the way he goes about his business in the ring, but right there, the sportsmanship through the roof. And again, we send our best wishes to Corey Catt, because that is not a welcome sight for anybody. It's a tough way to earn your first stoppage.
A tough way to earn your first stoppage. We were just saying, boy, he could use one, but we didn't think it was going to happen like that. You know, it just shows you all the time the vulnerability that fighters are facing. When something like this happens, you're kind of happy that it doesn't happen a lot more for a sport so physical and so demanding.
As for how it affects this overall match here, that is a huge 3-point advantage for Boston, and it increases their overall lead to speed.
Yeah, and given San Antonio's persona, it's effectively over unless somebody can come over and do something dramatic. But you know, they were staying nip and tuck the whole way, right there.
Playoff
and
hopes.
that's a freak development.
Yeah, a freak development. Their playoff hopes may have buckled with the knee of Corey Catt, and that is super unfortunate.
And how we're talking about a team ravaged by injuries, and one more at a key moment like that.
Round 20 between Adrian Taylor and Michael Hilton. A split decision decided the first go around between these two in the 15th. Hilton edged it out.
Battle of the jabs. Which one will lead to the right hand that gets in?
A little over a minute remaining. Took till around rounds 18, 19, 20, but the sun not visible in the ring.
Back to normal without that distraction.
No.
Take your turn, I take my turn.
Well, after their teammate Corey Catt needed help to exit the ring, San Antonio trying to keep its spirits high as we move along in the money rounds. And if they're going to come back and win, they need some of these second round fights to go differently than the first rounds, including this one right here.
And they need to drop the bomb at least at 110-8. So we have one that's already established for Boston that's not reflected in the scorecard yet.
Yeah, again, round 22 waved off. Eric Lanzis medically not cleared to compete in another round here tonight against Michael Kimball.
Ladies and gentlemen, the winner of round 20 via split decision for San Antonio, Adrian Taylor. Round 21 will be in the heavyweight division. For San Antonio, it is Diarnardo Minor. Boston will feature Skylar Lacey.
DiNardo Minor, Skylar Lacey meeting for the first time tonight. Minor fell to Michael Coffey earlier in the middle round. Skylar Lacey victorious over Glenn Williams. Skylar Lacey has had 9 extra rounds to rest. 9+ rounds, I should say. DiNardo Minor was back in action in round 16. Lacey originally in round 8.
Yeah, there's a real fluctuation as to what fighters are comfortable with in terms of time between matches. Some like to get their stamina under order and then just, while they're focused, go out and try to make the second round happen, get their work done for the night. They don't want too much time to think about it. And some prefer a lot of rest until they can think about what's happening. All individual choice.
As Lacey and Minor go at it here in round number 21, let's go to Amelia Moore, who's standing by with Rashidi Speedy Ellis.
Hey, y'all, I'm down here with my Boston brother, Rashidi Ellis. I just have to commend you on your sportsmanship, man. Like, you just stepped in. Like, things happen in the ring, but, you know, you just step right in.
Oh, yeah, of course, because, you know, when the bell rings and we hit a fight, you know, I'm trying to hurt, but after that, you know, he's our friends. We are friends out here. He's trying to, you know, have fun in the sport.
Absolutely. We all have lives outside the ring.
Yeah, we all have lives outside the ring. We got kids. We got to go back to our kids, you know.
Healthy and safe. And I just, so you just came off of a fight last weekend, 3rd round stoppage. Love seeing how active you're getting back in the traditional pro ranks, and then you came right back in. Anything to tell the audience about last weekend's fight?
Yeah, like you said, I just had a fight last week, starting with a good body shot. Now, you know, I'm back on the ranges now, so I'm looking to fight for a world title soon. Looking for the WBO, because I'm ranked on the WBO, so that definitely could happen. Brian Norman, so I'm definitely trying to fight Brian Norman.
It's been said, Brian Norman being called out.
Oh yeah, Brian Norman.
And then tonight, I mean, it looks like we're securing our spot into the finals, or not the finals, but the playoffs. So how do you feel about that?
I feel real good. Yeah, we're definitely gonna win. You know, a couple more points. We over a lot. So we're gonna win. We're gonna take over the playoffs. We're gonna take over the championship. We're taking that belt.
That's what I'm talking about. And you know, they said if we make the finals, I said I come back in.
Oh shit! Oh, we making it. All right, we out. We getting you back. I like that.
Appreciate you, dude. Keep doing your thing. Back to the studio, you guys. Thank you.
Amelia's going to give up the mic for the gloves. That's noble.
Well, you know what? We've been waiting to see when she's going to fight. Asking until she put it out there. For the final, she'll do it.
Rashidi Ellis, like you mentioned, ranked in the WBO. He's ranked among the top 40 welterweights in the world according to the BoxRec algorithm. Lacey looking sharp yet again here, albeit against a different opponent in DiNardo Minor.
One of these subtly improving fighters every week. You look from week to week, just doing a little bit more. Now before, remember the first fight we saw him tonight, everything was jab, 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 and then he threw some power shots. This one, a little bit more power hungry and a little bit more head hunting as the style dictated.
Ladies and gentlemen, the winner of round 21 by unanimous decision from Boston, Skylar Lacey. Round 22 will not transpire due to the fact that Eric Lanzas of San Antonio is unable to continue. Therefore, the winner is Michael Kimball, 10-9 in favor of Boston. Round 23 is brought to you by Serenity Springs Recovery Center, a place of recovery and self-discovery. It is in the featherweight division. For San Antonio, it is Janesa Indira Morendin. For Boston, Camila Panetta.
So there you see the score being reflected with round 22 waved off, and Dave, was a close 2-round head-to-head battle here, has ballooned up to a 7-point lead for Boston.
Yeah, and basically, you know, they're putting their pedigree out there and pulling away during this time. And also the injury to Corey Cat is worth at least 2 points in that, because Ellis looked like he was on his way to a 10-9. So there were 2 points added to that.
Well, they can pad the lead even further, as this has been a terrific money round segment for Boston. Camila Panetta had her way with Janasia Morendin back in round number 9. We'll see if that left hand continues to play a big role in Panetta's success tonight.
It's like radar. She can't miss with the left hand in this particular stylistic matchup. And the way to stop that, if you're facing her, Morendin, start moving to your left. Get away from the power hand, because she's stationary target, getting nailed right down the middle. Move to your left and then make Panetta twist and turn towards you. You can at least make it a long run for her to get that right hand or that left hand home. But what a dilemma. You're facing somebody who is on target, has strength, and is bigger.
Morendin gets punished for holding the right arm. Camila launches the left one again, and right there, it lands again.
Yeah, there are so many things to have to defend against. You just look at the size differential in the fighters, and Panetta sitting down at her punches properly. That one adjustment I talked about been made a little bit, moving to your left so that she has to swing back over, and that big left hand is not immediately apparent. But all these adjustments are defensive. None of them can help you get points on the board, and that's the other problem facing Panetta, who is live and on her game.
We don't see such a disadvantage in size at 126 pounds like this all too often.
No, we don't. And then you see what an advantage it is. They look like they're built and they're in different weight classes.
Stop! Let her out clean. Let her out clean. 10 seconds, ladies.
For the most part, a continuation of round number 9 for Camila Panetta.
Yeah, she's had a good night. Just set up well for her, and she teed off. Now that time she landed while backing up. And at least Morendin tried to make it more difficult. But you can't keep that left hand away forever.
Ladies and gentlemen, the winner of round 23 by unanimous decision, from Boston, Camila Panetta. Our final money round is brought to you by Event Ticket Center. Don't just watch it, experience it live with Event Ticket Center. Round 24 in the light heavyweight division. For San Antonio, it is Frankie Solomon Jr. For Boston, Stephen Sumter.
Well, round 24, a rematch of a very entertaining ending to round 14 between Solomon Jr. and Sumter, and they figured that Solomon had the better final 30 seconds over Sumter. We were licking our chops thinking that this could potentially decide a close match. Here we are, though, with Boston wrapping this one up and wrapping a playoff berth up.
Yes, it's a good run for this Boston team, which you had to get on a run to get into the playoffs. And a good effort all the way through by this undermanned San Antonio team, which had injury problems, suffered a big one tonight, could not get a lot of its big fighters here stayed in this, stayed strong through the middle rounds and until finally Boston took over at the end.
How much regret does Steven Sumter have after that last sequence in the previous round that these two fought in?
Well, at least he can come back and try to get even with it the same night. A lot less regret than if he had to go home and think about it a couple of weeks and say, my goodness, what did I do for that 25 seconds? Well, now you have a chance to do something right now. But so far it's been Solomon getting in some very good shots.
Right hand moments ago.
And you, Solomon, you know what you did at the end of the previous fight here, so you'd like to get into that offensive rhythm sooner.
Position Sumter found himself in at the end of the prior round. Not a good place to be. Figured if he's able to keep his back off the ropes, Dave, it's going to prevent Solomon from thinking he can unload with both hands.
The ropes, some fighters can do well off it, but many cannot as far as scoring in this league. So you have to be ready to spring into action. Okay, we're getting down near where that final 25-second explosion was. We'll watch that clock, too, to see if it happens again, or if these fighters have it in them.
Final 30 to go.
In Boston, that's when they say chop, chop.
The Butchers on the way to the postseason, trying to stretch out their overall score in their regular season finale against San Antonio.
10 seconds, gentlemen.
And for San Antonio, the final 10 seconds winding down in Pennsylvania. There is no momentum swinging sequence in that round between Solomon and Sumter. We'll see how the judges view it.
Yeah, they left it all out there the first time, so now it just comes down to who had the overall edge. And Solomon had it in this sequence here and in a few other ones where he just was on the outside and got off first.
Ladies and gentlemen, the winner of round 24 via split decision from Boston, Steven Sumter. Your final score, the Boston Butchers 231, the San Antonio Snipers 223.
It was as simple as win and you're in. The Boston Butchers do just that. They take it, running away with it in the money rounds over San Antonio. And they defeat the Snipers 231-223 as Boston punches a ticket to the playoffs.
They did the crime.
The unresponsive male was deceased as a result of stabbings.
Nancy Grace will do the time.
That so-called evidence was planted.
Analyzing it.
Busted. We have launched into the only thing we know how to do, analyzing facts, analyzing evidence, and building a case. It would be wrong of me not to share that with you.
Join us on Crime Stories with Nancy Grace as we investigate missing people and unsolved homicides.
Crime Stories with Nancy Grace on Dr. Phil's Merit TV.
I was drinking every day.
I was hooked on oxys.
My husband turned into someone I didn't recognize.
The addiction crisis. Worse than a pandemic, we have a growing epidemic. There are approximately 20 alcohol and drug-related deaths per hour every single day. Addiction is a disease. Like any other disease, it may have serious harmful effects and may lead to death if left untreated.
Introducing Serenity Springs Recovery Center, a place of recovery and rediscovery. We understand the unique challenges men face in their journey to recovery. Set on 38 private acres, our state-of-the-art facility offers a safe, supportive environment for healing and growth. Our team of dedicated professionals specializes in evidence-based treatment, providing our patients with the tools to overcome addiction and achieve long-term sobriety. If you or a loved one needs to make a change, call us today at 386-423-4540 or visit us online at serenityspringsrecovery.com and reclaim your life.
TCL Team Boxing League is brought to you by Climax Moonshine Fire number 32, a drink not only made to tingle your senses with hot cinnamon flavor, but also made to pay tribute to firefighters all across America. This drink will put a kick in your step with its bold, hot smoothness. 8-point win for the Boston Butchers. Now time to take a look at our Fire number 32 moment of the night.
Boy, this is when it all changed, went downhill for San Antonio and vaulted Boston into the playoffs with an injury. Corey Cadd right there against Rashidi Ellis. And just one of those really strange, horribly unfortunate things that happened. Ellis would help him out of the ring, but that was the moment of the night and very, very painful all the way around. And there is the sportsmanship of Ellis, kind of like who he is.
And tough to see for Corey Cadd. We wish him well as Rashidi Ellis picks up the win, and that was the big momentum changer for the money rounds as Boston wins at 231-223. Let's go back inside the ring with Ray Flores.
Ladies and gentlemen, what a performance between the Boston Butchers and the San Antonio Snipers. Our round of the night, round number 5 in the welterweight division, Charles Garner and Jaye Brown. Our third star of the night for the San Antonio Snipers, it is lightweight Frenzy Asaya. Your second star of the evening from the Boston Butchers, heavyweight Skylar Lacey. And our first star of the night from the Boston Butchers, middleweight Rashidi Speedy Ellis.
Sorry about that, a little echo in the microphone there. Frenchie, you have been an absolute force for your team. You've brought continuous points. Even though you guys didn't win tonight, how do you feel about possibly fighting in the All-Stars at the season finale?
Frenchie, tú has hecho muy bien este año, has trabajado duro, has sido buen boxeador. ¿Cómo se siente sentir que a lo mejor vas a boxear en los All-Stars este año?
Me siento bien, gracias a Dios, y le agradezco la oportunidad que me dio la TCL y seguiré trabajando duro para llegar más lejos.
He said, of course, it feels great. He thanks TCL for giving him the opportunity, and he's going to continue working hard to do his best.
We look forward to seeing you in the All-Stars, man. You're such a absolute star in the ring, and you just have such skill. So looking forward to seeing you in about a month, and just performing more, and maybe another TCL fight next year.
Yeah, dicen que nos esperan para verte otra vez. So eres una estrella.
Claro, acepto.
Thank you. Mr. Lacey.
How we doing?
How we doing? Awesome performance tonight. I believe, how many fights have you had this season? You've only had one loss so far this season, using that height, using that reach, helping the team. You competed all three seasons, 1, 2, and 3, and now you found a home with Boston the last 2 seasons. Talk to me.
It's feeling good. It's feeling good. You know, it don't matter what season it is. We come out here, we do our thing, showcase our skills. Thankful to TCL for the opportunity. Thankful to the San Antonio Snipers coming out here fighting hard, and we holding it down. You know, best heavyweight in the league.
He's owning it. How do you feel about having a place in the playoffs?
Excited. You know, it was a must-win situation for us for pretty much the whole month of June. We came out here, handled business, and looking forward to continuing to improve and holding it down in the playoffs.
Well, you better hold it down, man, because if you guys get to the finals, I'll be back.
That's it. Let's get it. Let's get it.
Mr. Ellis.
So what's up?
Excellent performance per usual. I just saw you down in the corral. Talk to us about, I mean, honestly though, you're like definitely a team captain of our team, the Boston Butchers. I mean, we got to talk about what you're looking forward to as we move in. The team itself right now looks like we're seeding is going to be much lower. We're walking in at 6 and 7. What's the focus? What's the game plan?
The game plan is just keep on working. We got a good tempo going on, and my team's ready. The team's ready to take over the playoffs.
That's fair enough. That's fair enough.
Very simple.
And how excited are you guys for the fact that you just pulled that off tonight? This was a must-win situation.
Oh, yeah. So we did what we had to do. You know, we had to win, so we did what we exactly had to do.
I love it. You have an awesome night, man. It's always good to see you.
Oh, always nice seeing you. I'm coming back.
I'm coming back.
You said it.
I'm coming back. It's been said. Coach Mock. Coach Mock on the mic. Talk to us about how you're probably finally taking a breath and letting your shoulders take that sigh of finally pulling that win off, securing a spot into the playoffs, and what's next?
Yeah, it was a tough 3 weeks. We had to grind through 3 weeks, get 3 wins. We know we needed it. And the team rallied together, and they got it. I mean, every week we've kind of got a little better, too. So I think we're rolling.
Yeah, absolutely. I would say you guys have been able to pull in fighters to be able to fill the spots and kind of bring a better foundation of fighters in and make the team much stronger as we move through the season. So just trying to find that talent. Like, what exactly how did you find some of the talent? Like bringing Kimball in, bringing Taylor?
Yeah, Mr. B over here and those guys do all that work. They do a great job finding it. Our strategy's always been to have a nucleus of great fighters, and we can build around it. So we have the best heavyweight in the league, Scala. We have the best fighter in TCL history, Rashidi. We have these people here. The rest will fall into place. That's how we believe it. So.
Absolutely. Well, I will see you guys in a couple weeks. I'm so proud of you guys. So much love.
Thank you.
Mr. B, I believe our manager, our owner of the Boston Butchers has a message to deliver.
Yeah, first of all, I really want to compliment the Boston Butchers because with Pat Sullivan and our whole team here, the comeback they made, we won 3 straight games to get back into the playoffs. But I got a real big message to give to my brother, and a real warrior from the Philadelphia team, Jesse Hart. It ain't over until it's over, Jesse. So, he busts me up all the time. We ain't packing yet, Jesse. We're far from packing. We'll see you, okay? We'll see you in the playoffs.
Thank you, Mr. B. The message has been sent. Sleep tight, because we're coming. Studio, thank you for having us tonight.
Message is clear for the Boston Butchers and Amelia Moore. I mean, that's the fuel to get to the championship. Have Amelia return at the end of the season as the Butchers take care of business. They win it 231-223 to clinch a playoff berth. Jimmy Birchfield Sr. calling out the Philadelphia Smoke. How about that?
Well, you love those rivalries. They're down there facing each other all the time. And you know what? We talk about resilient fighter. How about resilient teams? This might be the resilient team of the year that we're seeing because Boston had its back against the wall for the entire month of June. On life support, had to get some big victories, able to do that, and then come in here as a favorite now and take care of business. So that was a nice win over New York, and this was a good pull-away victory over San Antonio. And I like seeing the enthusiasm of the teams as they start to believe, hey, look what we just did. Maybe it's us. Maybe we'll be the team that gets on a roll.
They finished the regular season at 4-4. They're going to get in. They're going to be a lower seed. Doesn't matter. You are in the playoff picture. Let's take a look at the highlights. Brought to you by The Balance of Nature. We begin in the launch rounds with round number 1. This was a very competitive introductory round to our night of action between Julie Rodriguez and Taylor Robertson.
Yeah, and Rodriguez with her good boxing and Robertson trying to track her down. And on this one, Julie Rodriguez was elusive and came out with a victory in the opening night. Good for San Antonio.
Round 5, Charles Gardner giving Jaye Brown all he can handle. And Brown doing enough to come away with the victory. Did a nice job acknowledging the body. But when they came back in the middle rounds, and this is round number 11 in the rematch, Gardner got revenge.
There was a different story. We see one of the splits. Yeah, often we see somebody able to get a sweep, but here, with that great action on the inside, it was San Antonio Gardner saying, "We're even, baby."
At that moment, that tied the score at 114. Moving forward to round 14, it was pretty even between Frankie Solomon Jr. and Steven Sumter until the last 20 seconds or so, where Solomon was able to unload, no punches coming back, and it created an opening for that one right there. Big right hand by Frankie Solomon Jr. It gave him the 10-9 unanimous decision as he sprinted through the finish line.
That was the high water mark of the night for San Antonio. Interestingly, that Sumter stayed up. That was a big point because it ended up being a 10-9.
And into the money rounds. Round 21, Boston pulling away at this point. Skylar Lacey putting a cap to things. Virtuoso performance. Called himself the best heavyweight in the league. Not too much evidence this season, I guess, from a consistent standpoint to disagree with that.
Well, you see him piling up wins and Charles Pugh piling up wins for Phoenix, and you start to believe that you are the best that is out there.
And here in round number 23, Camila Panetta completing the 2-round sweep over Janasia Morendin to put this one to bed. As we take a look at the latest standings, the Boston Butchers, it's always good to be on the left side of the screen. They enter the picture right there at 4-4. So you have Atlanta, Boston, Phoenix, Miami, all at 4-4 as they vie for playoff seeding here. We know Vegas is the top seed. We know Philadelphia will be the number 2 seed. Plenty to be determined following those 2 spots, including who will grab the 4 seed and, well, 4 through 8 really, as these teams will try and some wait and see what happens in the final regular season weekend. Others are going to be in action and they control their destiny.
Nashville and LA have to be on the edge of their seats because they're both still in it and they both compete in the final week. What would be the worst situation you could imagine? That you're out of the playoffs and then you need a couple teams to lose so that possibly you can back in? No, LA and Nashville will have one more shot at the apple. LA will have to go into Dallas, which will not be easy, and Nashville will have to face Philadelphia. 2 very tough opponents, but at least they have the chance, meaning in the last week for them, there will be a lot of the line, a lot of drama for those 2 teams, especially next time we see them.
What we know, Vegas, Philly, Dallas, 1, 2, and 3 in that order in terms of playoff seeding. The rest to be determined, Dave.
To be determined, including who gets in.
Yeah, a lot to figure out with 1 more week to go in the regular season. And that week comes to you 2 weeks from now. We take a brief pause for Independence Day weekend. 2 weeks from now, we are back at the Lone Star State. Dallas, Texas plays host to a big Friday night doubleheader on July 11th. Houston and New York City. And then it is the Dallas Enforcers and the LA Elite all coming your way on July 11th. On Merit TV. So the playoff hunt continues to rise. We start to see a clearer picture for the postseason, which begins 3 weeks from this weekend with the quarterfinals. And as we close out our thoughts here, Boston victorious, taking care of business, punching its ticket. We saw Philadelphia solidify itself as the number 2 seed, part of this Sunday doubleheader. Your final thoughts, my friend?
Well, we've got 3 tiers to look at right now. Philadelphia and Vegas, tier number 1. A fluctuating middle ground with all those teams, tier number 2. And the third drama is I'm looking at L.A. and Nashville taking the next 2 weeks to say we have a shot. So there's something to still be determined in the final week. They are my 3 thoughts as we head out.
For now, Boston can celebrate. They are victorious over San Antonio. They win it over in Philadelphia. The neutral site, no problem for the Boston Butchers. 231-223, victorious over San Antonio, and the Butchers are headed to the TCL Team Boxing League postseason. Another reminder, the regular season finale comes your way July 11th in Dallas, Texas, as New York takes on Houston, and then the host team, Dallas, faces LA with playoff seeding on the line as we roll through into the TCL postseason. For Dave Bontempo, for Amelia Moore and our entire crew, I'm Justin Shackle. Congratulations to the Boston Butchers, playoff bound in 2025.